268. There were mountains hanging upside down between heaven and earth. The mountains pointed to the water of the South Sea. Chen Pinggan sat on the branch of the ancestral Osmanthus tree and looked at the shocking scene in a daze. Miss Ning set off from here to travel the vast world. He heard that the Hassa continent was the closest continent. He wondered if Liu Xianyang would come here to have a look in the future. Osmanthus Island was about half a day's journey away from the real inverted mountain range. There were all kinds of strange ferries around. There was a big turtle carrying a tablet, a crystal-clear clamshell floating on the sea, and a Kuan boat larger than Dassi Mountain slowly lowering its height. There was a colorful cloud sea, under which countless magpies were clustered. Rows of red-crowned cranes and blue birds were dragging a tall building. Osmanthus Island was among them, and it was not surprising at all. Chen Pinggan suddenly turned around and looked down. He saw the young woman again. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. She was wearing a pearl hairpin, a dress, and a ribbon around her waist, but Chen Pinggan felt a little numb in his scalp and uncomfortable all over. This feeling was more straightforward than when he saw Liu Kaicheng wearing a pink Taoist robe in the dilapidated temple. Because Chen Pinggan saw the Adam's apple of the beauty. He didn't hate her, but he just couldn't get used to it. Chen Pinggan suddenly scratched his head and looked straight at the man who liked to wear red makeup. The knot in his heart was swept away, and he felt a little nostalgic. When he was an apprentice in the Dragon Kill, Chen Pinggan knew a man who was ridiculed as a sissy. He was timid and shy when he walked. When he talked, he liked to throw flirtatious glances and pinch his fingers. In the Dragon Kill, where the old man Yarrow was the head of the kill, this man was the most discriminated against. He finally saved up money to buy new shoes, but he was sure that they would be stepped on by other kill workers on the same day. In the Dragon Kill, it was reasonable to say that he and Chen Pinggan, who was not well liked, were in the same boat. However, it was very strange that when the man who liked to cry came to Chen Pinggan's side, he immediately became bold. All day long, he used sarcastic words to stab Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan never paid him any attention. The man couldn't control his mouth several times and accidentally bumped into Liu Xianyang's official disciple, Liu Xianyang. Liu Xianyang directly slapped him in the face and he immediately became obedient. Later, he would also secretly stuff some snacks and pastries into Liu Xianyang's room. The packages of oil paper were even more exquisite than the shop assistants. That man probably apologized to Liu Xianyang, who was definitely going to be the head of the Dragon Kill, and also flattered him. The festive paper cuts that were pasted on the windows of the Dragon Kill were all made by him overnight. Even if the women on the street saw them, they would feel inferior. If the man was really a woman, how good would his needlework be? At that time, Chen Pinggan naturally hated the sissy who spoke ill of his virtue. He was just afraid that if he couldn't hold back, he would beat him half to death with one punch. At that time, Chen Pinggan had already followed the old man to the mountains and rivers around the town. Chopping firewood and burning charcoal was a common occurrence. In addition, he practiced old Yang's breathing method very early in the morning, so his strength was not inferior to that of a strong young man. In the end, the sissy who was in charge of keeping watch at night made a big mistake. The fire of the Dragon Kill was actually broken. Then, in the middle of the night, he was so scared that he directly ran away. He was a little smart and didn't dare to run towards the town. He ran deep into the mountains and old forests. If this happened in the marketplace, it would be a capital offense that would end one's family line. The ashen-faced old man Yarrow didn't say anything and sent dozens of strong young men to chase after that bastard. Chen Pinggan, who was familiar with the mountain roads, was naturally among them. 2 days later, the sissy was tied up and brought back to the Dragon Kill. Old man Yarrow broke his arms and legs on the spot. He was beaten until his skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were exposed. The people who found him were the men he usually flattered the most. No one sympathized with this man who made a big mistake. Even if they did, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. After all, old man Yarrow was almost never this angry. Before his arms and legs were broken, the sissy was so scared that he peed his pants. After being pressed to the ground, his whole body trembled. Then, he was hit with a stick. His heart was torn and his lungs were torn. His face was covered with snot and tears. After that, he was hit with a stick. The sissy was like a living fish on a chopping board. The sissy was a sissy. He fainted in the end. From beginning to end, he didn't have the least bit of a man's backbone. In the end, the sissy wasn't beaten to death. After lying in bed for half a year, he stubbornly survived. During this time, many of the kill's apprentices took care of him. Chen Pinggan was no exception. Many people weren't happy with this hard work and looked for Chen Pinggan to do it. Chen Pinggan was the easiest to talk to in the dragon kill. In the end, it was Chen Pinggan, who the sissy disliked the most, who took care of him the most. However, the two didn't talk all day long. In the end, they didn't like each other. Chen Pinggan just picked herbs and boiled them every day. The sissy would occasionally be lost in thought. He would stare blankly at the old window paper that had turned white after being exposed to the wind and rain. Perhaps he was thinking about the day when he could work in the fields. He must take advantage of the time between work to replace the new and beautiful window paper, bright red. However, the sissy, who had clearly survived a great disaster, gritted his teeth and walked back to the world of the living from the gates of hell. In the end, he still died. He died with a single sentence. It was an unintentional remark from a kill worker. At that time, Chen Pinggan was boiling medicine at the door with his back to the kill worker and the sissy. The former laughed and said, "Sissy, your clothes were tattered that day, revealing your white buttocks. You really look like a girl." At that time, Chen Pinggan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The words that the men of the dragon kill used to scold the sissy were much more vicious and ruthless. Sissy almost never quarreled with others, because he didn't dare to. Most likely, he would only grumble behind someone's back, "You dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I'll blow up the graves of your ancestors." In the end, after such a casual remark, the sissy, who could already sit up on his own, chatted a lot with Chen Pinggan for the first time that day. Most of the time, it was him talking. The taciturn Chen Pinggan patiently listened. When they talked about window paper, Chen Pinggan sincerely praised him for cutting the window paper well. He laughed. Then that night, a sissy, whose courage was smaller than a needle's eye, actually used a pair of scissors to pierce his own throat. He didn't forget to cover himself with a blanket so that people wouldn't enter the room and see his dead state. No one even dared to carry the corpse out. It was too horrifying and unlucky. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan was used to seeing life and death around him. He didn't pay attention to these things. He dragged Liu Xianyang along and busied himself. During this time, he didn't feel too sad, nor did he have any enlightenment. Only when he was guarding the coffin, Chen Pinggan sat alone in the empty and gloomy morning hall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat beside the stove and muttered, "Since I don't like being a man in this life, then I'll reincarnate as a woman in my next life." Actually, when they were chatting that day, the sissy asked Chen Pinggan why he was the first to find him, but still let him go. He pointed out a small path that led deeper into the mountain. Chen Pinggan said, "I'm afraid you'll be captured and beaten to death by old man Yao. At that time, with your little courage, you'll become a malicious spirit. No one will dare to take revenge on you. You'll only dare to take revenge on me." At that time, the sissy laughed very happily. Actually, even now that Chen Pinggan thought about it, when the sissy laughed, he still looked quite ugly. But he really couldn't bring himself to hate him. Under the osmanthus tree, the beautiful young woman was already fuming with anger. Being stared at by this guy, she, or more accurately, he, if not for the fear of hurting the osmanthus tree and causing unnecessary trouble, he would have already taken out his 2 life-source flying swords and stabbed this guy with a pair of dog eyes to death. After Chen Pinggan regained his senses, he also realized his rudeness. He cupped his hands and apologized, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." That person narrowed his peach blossom eyes that seemed to be hanging in the spring light. He stretched out 2 fingers and poked at Chen Pinggan, then slightly bent them. The provocation was extremely strong. Chen Pinggan no longer just turned his head. He simply turned around and patted the empty spot beside him. He smiled and said, as an apology, "I can promise you on behalf of Madame Gui that you can enjoy the scenery of the inverted mountain here." He put his hands behind his back and raised his charming face. He smiled and said, "You like men? Or as long as it's good-looking, both men and women will like it." Chen Pinggan felt a headache. He shook his head vigorously to show his innocence. Of course, he only liked girls. And he only liked one girl. Near the hands of the person under the Osmanthus tree, a golden and a snow-white sword chi appeared. They were extremely fine and almost invisible. Obviously, if there was a disagreement, he would kill with his flying sword. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and smiled. "You might be even angrier if I say it, but you look very good wearing it like this." Chen Pinggan placed his hands on the tree branch. His eyes were clear. "These are my heartfelt words." It was a man, but the one dressed as a woman frowned. He silently left. He did not leave the mountain peak. Instead, he stood near the railing of the observation platform and looked into the distance. Chen Pinggan jumped down from the branch and shouted to his back, "I'm leaving. If you want to go to the Osmanthus tree to enjoy the scenery, it's best that there are fewer people now. Otherwise, Madame Gui might not be happy." That person was indifferent. When Chen Pinggan was far away, he turned back to look at the Osmanthus tree. After hesitating for a long time, he still did not go up to look at the inverted mountain. As for the two sword chi, they had already been kept in the ribbon at his waist. They were actually not sword chi. They just looked inconspicuous. However, they were two extremely high-quality natal flying swords. They were called needlepoint and wheat-horn. They were born with them. They were called innate sword embryos. Moreover, those who were born with two natal flying swords were 1 in a million among sword cultivators. The key was not the one, but the one in the world. The key was that the quality of the natal flying swords was shockingly good. Therefore, his master said that he must have the potential to become a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms. Otherwise, he would not have taken him in as a disciple. However, his master did not say how many years it would take for him to reach the Jade Pure Realm. He did not ask because he was not interested at all. He was more obsessed with the Great Tao deduction technique. Unfortunately, his master said that he would not go far on this path and would not be able to inherit his master's mantle. Including his master, all his senior and junior brothers encouraged him to practice the sword Tao. He actually knew that it was not that they really hoped that his sword Tao would reach the peak and be the champion, but that they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. The reason was simple. He was afraid of heights. How could a sword cultivator who was afraid of heights be like this? Now, he would occasionally ride the flying sword and travel with the wind. He would never be higher than 2 feet above the ground. He glanced at the Osmanthus tree branch that the fellow was sitting on and felt that he was actually stupid. Chen Pinggan returned to the small courtyard of the Gui lineage. The golden core sword cultivator Ma Ji was already standing in the courtyard, welcoming him with a smile. It turned out that Chen Pinggan took the initiative to find the courtyard where Ma Ji was recuperating and asked when he could continue to test the sword. 3 days later, the small courtyard of the Gui lineage returned to its original state. Ma Ji helped Chen Pinggan test the sword while Jin Su was in charge of 3 meals a day. Occasionally, Madame Gui would come to the small courtyard, but she did not disturb the two of them. She would just sit quietly for a while and at most boil a pot of tea for the two of them before leaving. During this period, Chen Pinggan took out the talisman paper that was used to hide the ghost. Madame Gui held it in her hand and quickly shook the ghost in white out of the talisman paper. Then, the ghost in white, who was aggressive in the city god temple of Colorful Clothes Nation, saw Madame Gui of the nascent soul realm, old Josie who had fallen from the earth immortal realm to the golden core realm, Ma Ji who was a sword cultivator of the golden core realm, and an enemy, Chen Pinggan. If the ghost was not already dead, her soul would have been scattered again. In the end, with the help of the fake Saint Madame Gui of the small world of Osmanthus Island, the ghost swore a soul oath to be loyal to Chen Pinggan for 60 years. As a reward, she could walk out of the talisman paper that would lose its soul bit by bit without spiritual energy and live in the scholar tree sword case. This was because ancient scholar trees had always been known as the scholar tree house. Not only did the spirits of plants prefer scholar trees that were more than 1,000 years old, otherworldly items and ghosts were also like this. Previously, when they were close to the inverted mountain, old Josie suddenly found Chen Pingan and brought him to the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island. When Chen Pingan arrived there, he found a young flood dragon climbing on the ferry. Its head was on the shore and most of its body was submerged in the sea. It looked at Chen Pingan with eyes full of curiosity and gratitude. Old Josie squatted on the shore and said in amazement, "This poor little guy, if it were us, it would only be 6 or 7 years old." Madame Gui did not want to make things difficult for this innocent little guy, so she only left the Dragon King's basket and set it free. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have no home and soon caught up with Osmanthus Island. However, it did not dare to get too close. It whimpered all night and wandered around Osmanthus Island. Now that we are getting closer and closer to the inverted mountain, the little guy probably knows that it will definitely die if it goes any further. Even during the day, it is howling very loudly. If not for Madame Gui who took pity on it and helped it conceal its chi activity, I am afraid that it would have been skinned alive by those chi refinement warriors on the mountain. In the end, old Josie smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, it seems to have made a special trip to find you, but I don't know if it is to repay your kindness or to take revenge. Although it is still very young, the flood dragon is cold-blooded and cunning by nature. It is hard to say." Chen Pingan did not say anything. He took out an ordinary snake gall stone and threw it to the young flood dragon. After it swallowed it instinctively, its eyes seemed to be in a daze. Chen Pingan waved his hand and motioned for it to go back. The young flood dragon twisted its body and returned to the sea. It whimpered softly and was still unwilling to leave the sea area of Osmanthus Island. Chen Pingan thought for a while and threw a large handful of ordinary snake gall stones into the sea. The young flood dragon rolled crazily and splashed huge waves. It swallowed the gall stones that were delicious to it. Chen Pingan finally stood at the ferry and said to it, "Cultivate well in the future. You have received my kindness today. If you like to harm people like that old flood dragon, I will kill you with one punch." The young flood dragon swam back to the side of the ferry. Its head was above the shore of the ferry. It opened its eyes wide as if it wanted to remember Chen Pingan's face. After a while, it leaned back and returned to the sea. Old Josie was used to seeing storms and said with emotion, "You are kind and have good karma. But things in the world are unpredictable. Good karma may not have good results." Chen Pingan's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the surface of the sea where the starlight was like gold and silver. He said softly, "If it is a bad karma, then I will kill it with my sword." At that time, old Josie was thinking about his teacher who would disappear for hundreds of years and the golden book that Chen Pingan gave him. He did not pay much attention to Chen Pingan's expression and words. Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Those schoolmates and fellow disciples who came out of Dali were destined to not have the chance to spend time with each other after coming to Dongshan. Li Huai made 2 new friends. One was a very timid disciple of a prestigious family in the capital, and the other was a daring mischievous boy from a humble family. They were both slightly older than Li Huai. The 3 of them played together all day long and had a lot of fun. Lin Shuyi was now obsessed with cultivation. He read books extensively and came and went between the library, the school, and the school. He stood out among the crowd. Yu Lu and Jiao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, were very close and became good friends. Jiao Xian liked to come to the academy to fish with Yu Lu more and more. Apart from listening to the teacher's lectures, she lived in seclusion every day and was willing to be Kui Dongshan's maid. After Li Baoping read the letter from youngest uncle last time, the little girl seemed to be lost for a long time. Today, she skipped class again. Like a little wild cat, she was agile and nimble. She quickly climbed to the big tree at the top of Dongshan Mountain and sat on the branch with her back against the trunk. She still had the self-made wooden plate engraved with the words of the chief of the Wulin Alliance. Later, she felt that it was not impressive enough, so she engraved it with the words commanding the heroes. After that, it was out of control. The small wooden plate was engraved with the words of Jianghu. They were all taken from novels, such as "I only regret being invincible in this life" and so on. A handsome young man in white stood on the branch next to her. His body swayed slightly with the branch. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" After summer, The little girl changed her red cotton-padded jacket into a thin red shirt. She said sullenly, "I'm not angry." Kui Dongshan asked, "Do you feel that Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, and the others are getting farther and farther away from you?" The little girl said unhappily, "It's okay to be farther away from me. When I was in the school in the small town, I didn't like to talk to them." Kui Dongshan smiled knowingly, "Then you're fighting for justice for my teacher?" The little girl had a straightforward personality. She nodded generously and admitted, "Yes." Kui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and sighed, "People will grow up. When they grow up, they will pick up some new things and throw away some old things. Just like this, they will be old in an instant." The little girl said angrily, "Youngest uncle and the others are willing to throw it away?" Kui Dongshan turned his head to look at the angry little girl and smiled, "What's there to be willing to do? Besides, even if my teacher knows about this, he won't be angry." "Why are you angry? There's no need." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, panting with anger. Kui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. "In the future, you may make a very good friend and grow up with her. Then one day, when she gets married, she will like her husband more. You may meet a Mr. Chi better than Chi Jing-chun, and then one day, you will feel that Mr. Chi's knowledge is not the greatest. You may meet a good young man in the future, even better than your youngest uncle. Then you will find that the sadness now are just like this. When the time comes, you will drink 1 or 2 mouthfuls of wine and it will be gone." Kui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Little Baoping, you didn't refute me. If you don't speak, I won't have any words to say." The little girl wrinkled her beautiful little face, "I'm busy being sad." Kui Dongshan laughed and fell backward, lying on his side on a slender branch. He supported his head with one hand and stared at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Perhaps one day, the little girl would grow taller and taller. Her round little face would become thinner and her chin would become sharper. Her eyes would still be so moist, clean, and lively. She would still wear red clothes, and she would still be able to ride her horse by the lakeside, and she would still be able to drink wine in the mountains and rivers. She would probably also encounter happy events and sad people, right? Kui Dongshan sighed. He was a little worried. If such a good girl really fell in love with his teacher one day, it would be very worrying. But if one day, she didn't like his teacher the most, it seemed that it would be even more regretful. Kui Dongshan turned sideways, closed his eyes, and began to sleep, crossing his legs. As for those people who met by chance and lost their hearts, even if Kui Dongshan was just a young man now, those frustrations and experiences were accumulated in his heart, no less than those of the Dali imperial tutor Kui Dong. There was something he didn't tell the little girl. He, Kui Dong, old Kui Dong, Zhuozhuo, Maro Xiaodong, and even Chi Jing-chun, grew up little by little under the shelter of the old scholar. But in the end, everyone hoped to walk out of that incomparably big shelter. Those who walked out were better, but those who couldn't, their hearts would slowly change. Not far away, the little girl in red put away the wooden tablet and carefully took out a picture scroll from her arms. On the scroll, there was a young man standing under the Osmanthus tree, smiling at her. The little girl was no longer worried, and her face was full of smiles. She said cheerfully, "Young martial uncle who learned how to drink is so handsome. When I grow up, I must let young martial uncle take me to Jianghu." The more the little girl thought, the more excited she became. She turned her head and asked loudly, "Kui Dongshan, is it difficult to drink?" Kui Dongshan decisively refused, "You can't drink." Li Baoping said angrily, "Why?" Kui Dongshan said bitterly, "Teacher can't bear to scold you, but will directly kill me." Li Baoping sighed, shook her head, and said with pity, "So pitiful." Kui Dongshan glanced at the smiling little girl, "Little Baoping, when you comfort people in the future, please put away the gloating smile on your face." Li Baoping made a gesture of holding a seal. Kui Dongshan sighed and muttered, "Good intentions don't pay off." Between the inverted mountain and the sea, there was a river that looked like water and clouds hanging in the air, so that all the ferries could climb the mountain. Many ferries that could ride the wind needed to descend to the sea first, and couldn't directly approach the inverted mountain. Osmanthus Island stopped for a moment at the ferry at the bottom of a river. They just symbolically handed over the elixir letter, which was similar to a customs clearance certificate, and did not pay the exorbitant toll. They began to walk along the upward sloping river to the inverted mountain. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. As a lonely peak in the human world, it could be said to have a vast territory. There was a tall Taoist with a face like a middle-aged man standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him stood a thin old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and the golden and silver threads were full of the whiskers of flood dragons. The old Taoist asked softly, "Master, do you need me to destroy Osmanthus Island?" The tall Taoist smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? I'm not your grandmaster, who has never lost in his life." While the great Lord of Heaven was talking Qingming Tian, there was once a Daoist priest who was punched from the heavens beyond the heavens into the mortal world under the heavens. 269. 10,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave. P.S. The title of this chapter is borrowed from a reader. Standing at the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island, Chen Pingan took a light step and stepped onto the inverted mountain. Aunt Gui had told Chen Pingan in advance that the moment the Osmanthus Island docked was the busiest time for the ferry. The goods from the Aquarius continent, Julu continent, and Tongyi continent could not be unloaded without the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the old Dragon City's fan family's reputation would be ruined. So she, Old Boat Z and Ma Ji had to personally watch over every transaction and could not bring him to the inn. Originally, Aunt Gui wanted Jin Su to bring Chen Pingan to the inn that had a good relationship with Osmanthus Island for generations. But she was rejected by Chen Pingan, causing Jin Su to grumble in her heart. This inverted mountain was full of strange things, and no matter how many times people traveled, they would still find it fresh. As a result, the depressed Osmanthus flower lady saw the young man with the sword on his back grinning at her, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Jin Su glared at him fiercely. The young man waved goodbye to Madame Gui, Old Boat Z and the other two old immortals. As if he did not dare to confront Jin Su's gaze, he had already turned and ran towards the ferry. Looking at the back of the young man running away, Jin Su could not help but laugh. Chen Pingan walked in the crowd and took a deep breath. He had finally arrived. Going through the inverted mountain to the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not something that could be done anytime and anywhere. Other than the green wooden pass token to enter the inverted mountain, the hundreds of people from Osmanthus Island who needed to pass another level received an additional jade token. At the same time, they were informed that they would pass the level 3 days later. After an incense stick of time, it would be the next group of people's turn. Chen Pingan walked down the boat, the white jade token engraved with the word YA hanging from his waist. Aunt Gui told him that the inverted mountain had different scenery and shops. He could take advantage of these 3 days to walk around more. If he liked a magic weapon and did not have enough money, he could borrow it from the inn's shopkeeper. The shopkeeper would agree to it if it was less than 10 grains of grain rain money, and according to the old rules, it would be credited to Osmanthus Island. This ferry by the cliff was called the Catch and Release Ferry. The name originated from an ancient pavilion with a long history near the ferry. The plaque hanging from it read Catch and Release Pavilion. It was written by the previous sect master of a certain orthodoxy. There were 9 buildings on the inverted mountain, which belonged to the Taoist sect of this world. The other high-rise buildings, courtyards, shops and other land had been sold to guests from all over the world. 8 of them were the Zhuofang Pavilion, Jingjian Pavilion, Shongxiong Pavilion, Leizi Terrace, Lingji Zhai, Dharma Yin Hall, Saber Room, and Elk Cliff. They stood in the 8 directions of the inverted mountain, including the lone peak in the center, which was a total of 9 territories. Compared to the inverted mountain with a radius of more than 100 miles, the Taoist sect of the second disciple of Daoist ancestor, whether it was the size of the territory or the number of disciples, was not too exaggerated in the inverted mountain. "Child Chen! Child Chen!" Someone shouted behind Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan looked back and saw that it was the young man in green who called himself Liu Yuju. The latter ran all the way to Chen Pingan and asked a series of questions. "Child Chen, where do you live on the inverted mountain? Do you have a place to meet? If not, why don't you go to my place? My family has a house here, near a place called Jingjian Pavilion. It is said that the house is quite big. I have always wanted to thank you, why don't you give me a chance? Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled. No need, Osmanthus Island has already arranged for me. Stay at the Stork Inn. The young man from the northern snowy mountain continent was disappointed, but he was still unwilling to give up. If that's the case, can I look for you to play later? This is my first time here, I want to walk around. Let's go together. Chen Pinggan was stunned. The old woman said helplessly, Young master, we just met by chance. It is unreasonable for you to be so intimate. Not to mention that child Chen doesn't dare to agree, even if it was me, I wouldn't agree. Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't say anything. The young man's expression dimmed. All right, child Chen, I live in the Yuan Wan residence. If you are free, you can look for me. Just say that you are looking for Liu Yuju, he is my friend. Chen Pinggan nodded, that's not a problem. Chen Pinggan, Liu Yuju, and the old woman turned their heads at the same time. A beautiful woman was standing near the three of them. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman's face was full of smiles, like a withered tree in spring. She asked with a pleasant expression, Little immortal master, do you have any difficulties? However, he ignored the old woman and stared at Chen Pinggan. He said, Hey, can you lend me a grain of money? I will return you 3 to 5 in the future. Chen Pinggan handed over a grain of money. That person took it and left with a smile. The young man, Liu Yuju, said softly, Child Chen, is he your friend? Chen Pinggan shook his head, I don't know him. Liu Yuju was surprised, then why did you lend him money? Do you know that the beautiful ladies in the world are the best at deceiving people? Child Chen, allow me to say one more thing. A grain of money, no matter how little it is, you can't roam the Jianghu like this. Chen Pinggan grimaced and left. A grain of money is little. A beautiful lady. The old woman couldn't help but laugh. Young master, didn't you see that the beautiful lady was actually a man? Liu Yuju was dumbstruck. He said softly, I was just peeking at the lady's face and figure. I didn't dare to look too much. The old woman could only refute, Young master, he is not a lady. Liu Yuju waved his sleeves and strode forward, he looks so good, I will treat him as a lady. Chen Pinggan didn't rush to the Stork Tavern. Instead, he followed a group of people to the nearby pavilion. When Chen Pinggan approached the overcrowded pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that the pavilion didn't live up to its name. The pavilion was extremely small, not even as big as the Mountain River Pavilion of Sword Saint Song's home in Colorful Robes Nation. There were already more than 100 people inside and outside the pavilion. Chen Pinggan stood on his tiptoes and looked at the small pavilion. He planned to go to the Stork Tavern. Chen Pinggan was just about to leave when a familiar voice rang out behind him. It was as feminine as his appearance, not going to the pavilion for a while. He stood side by side with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan turned around and smiled, it's too crowded. I don't dare to go in. I'm afraid I won't be able to come out. He pointed at the three women not far in front of him, as if they were also hesitating whether to enter the pavilion or not. He smiled and said, You just need to follow me. Just treat it as the interest I paid you for the grain rain money. Chen Pinggan was confused. He pointed at his Adam's apple with a strange smile. Chen Pinggan probed, Camouflage? Lend me your wine flask. Don't worry, I don't care about such a small broken gourd. My blade strengthening gourd is your ancestor. I just didn't dare to take it out. He nodded at Chen Pinggan and took the flask of ginger from Chen Pinggan's waist without saying a word. He walked quickly to the three beautiful young ladies and drank with his head raised. Then, the lady's beautiful face and the man's bold and unrestrained spirit appeared on him at the same time. After a while, the man stood among the flowers and waved at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan had to walk over. The man introduced them in a language that Chen Pinggan did not understand. Then, he explained to Chen Pinggan in the language of the Aquarius continent. It turned out that the three ladies were disciples of a sect from the Hassa continent. They were traveling overseas together. They needed to kill a giant sea monster in the Dragon Gate realm to complete their training. The destination was this inverted mountain. After that, they would return to their sect in the South Hassa continent. After that, he grabbed Chen Pingan's arm without any explanation and led the 3 Hassa continent fairies to the catch-release pavilion. The catch-release pavilion was said to be the orthodox Taoist sect in the Qingming world. It was one of the 3 sect masters, Invincible Zhen, the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor. After leaving the largest mountain seal, he came here in person. A big demon at the peak of the 12th realm somehow sneaked through the many restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the inverted mountain. The first person he met happened to be the sect master. At that time, the area around the inverted mountain was a barbarian place. The big demon thought that he could fly freely in the sky. When he saw the Taoist, he naturally spoke rudely and wanted to eat him. As for the ending, there was no suspense. The Taoist sect master slapped the big demon half to death. But in the end, no one knew what happened. The old Taoist, who was known as the best fighter in the 4 worlds, threw the big demon back to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later, the inverted mountain Taoist built this pavilion to show that the sect master's Taoist power was very high. During this trip to the catch-release pavilion, Chen Pingan was so tired that he was sweating. Because of the 3 fairies and the girl who was more beautiful than them, everyone inside and outside the pavilion brushed against each other. Some of them bumped into each other unintentionally, and some of them took advantage of each other intentionally. Chen Pingan had to try his best to protect them. He also had to make sure that he did not steal what he was guarding. Naturally, he was mentally and physically exhausted, and there were subtle schemes everywhere. Fortunately, the first rule of the inverted mountain was that those who hurt others would die. So, Chen Pingan, who was at the 4th realm of martial arts, managed to deal with it successfully. After successfully getting out of the pavilion, Chen Pingan and the girl parted ways with the 3 fairies. They still had to go to the nearest scenic spot, the Elk Cliff. Chen Pingan took back the blade-strengthening gourd and pinned it to his waist. He said helplessly, "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future." He rolled his eyes at Chen Pingan, boring. "I'll go play with the fairies." Chen Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bid farewell and left. That person glanced at Chen Pingan's receding figure and muttered, "He's too serious. He's actually not pretending." Could it be that he's a little teacher taught by some family's old master? A handsome man nearby struck up a conversation. "Miss, are you enjoying the scenery alone?" He chuckled and said, "Ah, your uncle. I went to a brothel with your mother." The man with the dignified appearance quickly waved his hand, indicating that the retainer beside him should not act rashly. Finally, he smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "I like this girl's personality." He left the catch-release pavilion directly, hesitating on whether to go to the Jingjian pavilion or the Shangxiang pavilion first. The man looked at the beauty with the ribbon around her waist and sighed, "Only on the mountain can there be such a beautiful girl. Cultivation is good. No matter how beautiful a girl at the foot of the mountain is, she only has a short 10 to 20 years. Your Majesty, we can head to the Lei Zi Tower now. Don't let the imperial advisor wait for too long," one of his personal retainers reminded him softly in the language of the Central Plains. The man nodded and smiled. "Go quickly." The man who was addressed as Your Majesty and the retainer didn't seem to think that it was right for an emperor to let the imperial tutor wait. The group hurried to the Lei Zi Tower. The Lei Zi Tower was a platform with 99 steps. It looked like a giant bowl of dew, and the lightning within it was thick and viscous. Rumor had it that the second brother of the Daoist sect had used his supreme divine power to scoop up a handful of water from the ancient Thunder Lake that had only been recorded in written records and then placed it on the inverted mountain. Every time the great heavenly lord, a direct disciple of the Daoist sect, killed various immortals and demons who did not abide by the rules, he would imprison their souls here. The Lei Zi Tower was sealed today, and no one was allowed to come close. At this moment, there was only one person who was tall. He bent his knees and half-squatted beside the Lei Zi at the highest point. His elbows were on his knees, and his chin was on his arms. A sheathless longsword was suspended in the Lei Zi, and half of it was exposed. When the longsword entered the Lei Zi, the entire Lei Zi Tower boiled. This person was probably refining the sword. An old Daoist holding a horsetail whisk stood at the bottom of the platform. He smiled warmly, and his face was full of pride. As the third in command of the inverted mountain, the old Daoist was the natural enemy of all the dragons in the southern sea. In the past 1,000 years, he had killed countless dragons, and the Daoist had forged a half-immortal weapon into a horsetail whisk. In the recent 500 years, the old Daoist had fought with 2 Confucian sages of the Chen clan in the southern sea, and his reputation spread far and wide. But today, even when facing an outsider, the old Daoist didn't feel that he was degrading himself. Instead, he looked proud. Chen Pinggan encountered an awkward situation. In the inverted mountain, out of 10 people, no one could understand the language of the Eastern Aquarius continent. And Chen Pinggan didn't know the language of the Central Divine Continent, so Chen Pinggan, who was asking for directions, couldn't speak the same language as the kind-hearted person who was being asked for directions. In the end, Chen Pinggan bit the bullet and asked more than 30 people tirelessly. Finally, he found a passerby who understood the language of the Aquarius continent, but he didn't know where the Stork Inn was. Chen Pinggan stood on the bustling street and looked around. He took down the blade-strengthening gourd and stood there to drown his sorrows. If he couldn't, he could only go back the way he came and ask Lady Gui for Jinsu, and ask this Lady Gui to lead the way. Chen Pinggan didn't care if he would be mocked by Jinsu, who had taken her revenge. It was fine if it was between acquaintances, but how many times could he meet someone like Jinsu in his life? Therefore, it didn't matter if he was thick-skinned. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. Chen Pinggan found another passerby who knew the language of the Aquarius continent. Although the latter didn't know the location of the inn, he knew about the Jingzhen Pavilion and the Yuan Swan residence. And when he mentioned these 2 places, Chen Pinggan asked Mr. "Do you know where the Jingzhen Pavilion is?" That person replied, "Oh, you mean the Jingzhen Pavilion beside the Yuan Swan residence? It's not too far from here." Liu Yuju from the Snow-White continent was not simple. So Chen Pinggan turned around and went to the ferry. The passerby looked at the young man's back view and was filled with regret. If only he could make use of this opportunity to form a relationship with the Yuan Swan residents, even if it was just a familiar face, it would be good. In the end, Jinsu happily walked down the Osmanthus Island and led the dejected Chen Pinggan to the Stork Inn. Before she went down the mountain, Lady Gui gave her 3 pieces of money and asked her to spend it sparingly. After walking down the ferry, Jinsu asked Chen Pinggan if he wanted to go to the Jingzhen Pavilion. Chen Pinggan said that he had already been there. Jinsu nodded and said that the Jingzhen Pavilion was the most boring place and was far less interesting than other scenic spots, such as the Lingji Zhai, Elk Cliff, and especially the Jingzhen Pavilion. They had to go there to make the trip worthwhile. The 2 of them walked for about an hour. Along the way, Jinsu explained to Chen Pinggan about the Lingji Zhai and some of the important scenic spots in the inverted hanging mountain. For example, the Jingzhen Pavilion, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and all the sword cultivators who had killed the Upper Five-Realm Demon Clan would have their swords forged by the inverted hanging mountain. Their swords would be enshrined in the pavilion for future generations to admire. When Jinsu arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, she was obviously not as cold as she was on the Osmanthus Island. Her temperament had changed greatly. Although she was not as talkative, she was no different from an ordinary woman. She said that the Lingji Zhai had a Lingji Rui that was left behind by the Daoist ancestor. The Lingji Zhai was filled with spiritual energy, and the entire Lingji Zhai was like a paradise. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the Lingji Zhai was the most expensive inn in the inverted hanging mountain. However, the disciples of the immortal sects who came here for training, as well as the 1,000-year-old tycoon Gongsun who came here for sightseeing, were still unable to enter the Lingji Zhai even if they were rich. They had to book a room a few months in advance. When they approached the Stork Inn, Jinsu whispered, "There are also rumors that the Daoist ancestor personally planted 7 sword cultivating gourds of the highest grade were forged from the gourd vine. There are 7 of them hidden in the secret chamber of the Lingji Zhai. Moreover, it is the first mature seed of the gourd. Now, it is secretly nourishing the flying swords of more than 10 great sword immortals in the world. These rumors were often told by the bystanders in a lively manner, as if they had seen the sword-cultivating gourd with their own eyes. Jin Su, who came here from hearsay, was no exception. In fact, the second Daoist, who was in charge of the inverted Hanging Mountain's Golden Rule and Jade Law, never divulged any secrets about the sword-cultivating gourd and the sword immortals in the world. They only said that the Lingji Zhai did not have such a miraculous thing, so people should not think too much about it and not spread false rumors. Chen Pinggan thought of the silver sword-cultivating gourd that Alliance gave to Xiao Baoping. Of course, there was also the purple-gold sword-cultivating gourd that Fairy Su Jiao of the Zhengyang Mountain once hung as a pendant, and the guy who called himself the ancestor of the sword-cultivating gourd not long ago. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Miss Jin Su, is the Yuan Sua mansion very famous in the inverted Hanging Mountain?" Jin Su nodded and said, "Of course, the Yuan Sua mansion under the name of the Liu family of the White Jade Continent is one of the 4 private mansions in the inverted Hanging Mountain. It occupies a large area and is even more famous. The Liu family is the first family name in the White Jade Continent, and they have a good reputation. Almost all the monarchs and emperors of the White Jade Continent and the Earth Immortals cultivators of the White Jade Continent want to have a good relationship with the Liu family. Moreover, the snow money that we Qi cultivators use the most is made according to the money model made by the Liu family." Chen Pinggan was a little shocked. No wonder a grain of grain rain money was called no matter how little the money is. Liu Yuju was really not boasting. Jin Su's eyes were a little absent-minded. The descendants of the Liu family are really the lucky ones who are sitting on mountains of gold and silver when they are born. They can buy whatever they want with money. There is no treasure in the world that the Liu family can't afford. These words were personally told to her by Old Dragon City's son Jiashu. At that time, Jin Su saw a trace of longing in the eyes of the little god of wealth, Sun Jiashu. Therefore, it left a deep impression on her. Chen Pinggan was more and more determined not to deliberately get acquainted with Liu Yuju. That young man was like a ferry on Osmanthus Island. No matter what kind of storm he raised, it was not something that the current him could contend against. When Chen Pinggan thought of this, his heart was a little gloomy, as if there was wind and snow beating on his heart. How many mountain water seals could he squander? Now, there was only one water seal left. No matter how many reasons he had to do so, no matter if he met with the same situation, Chen Pinggan would still step forward bravely. Losing a mountain seal, Chen Pinggan still could not let go of it. It was just that Chen Pinggan could now completely put away these negative emotions. He would no longer be like that time when they parted at the temple in the mountains, where he was so silent that the bearded man and the young Daoist sensed his abnormality and worried them all the way. The Stork Inn was at the end of an alley. The innkeeper was a young man who did not smile. Even when facing Jin Su, who he had seen several times, he did not smile. After arranging 2 rooms for the 2 of them, he did not pay any attention to them. Jin Su explained in a small voice, "The innkeeper is a son who inherited his father's business. In the past, the Stork Inn was very big, half of the alley belonged to the inn. In the area of catching and releasing people, it had some fame. Later on, there was an accident. At that time, our Osmanthus Island seemed to have helped, but the innkeeper's father still passed away. It can be said that the family has fallen, and only the current situation is left." Chen Pinggan silently remembered this in his heart. Compared to the owner of the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng, the innkeeper in the world could actually be considered a good innkeeper. The innkeeper's house in the inverted mountain was no different from the town inns Chen Pinggan had visited when he was traveling the mountains and rivers. It was just plain and clean. Jin Su knocked on the door and entered. After sitting down, she began to plan the itinerary for the next 2 days with Chen Pinggan. She already had a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow, she would first go to the Dharma Glabella Hall, Jingjian Pavilion, Lingji Zhai, and Shadao Room. The day after tomorrow, she would go to Shongxiong Lu, Elk Cliff, and Leizi Terrace. The lonely peak in the center was a forbidden area. Although she would pass by it, she could only take a few glances from afar. Chen Pinggan asked if there were any shops that traded rare and exotic items. Jin Su said that Lingji Zhai was one. There was also a Bao Zhai that opened on the opposite side to compete for business. These two places were rolling in money every day. They only recognized the goods and not the people. It was very stable. Therefore, the vicious mountain and lake cultivators liked to come to the inverted mountain as long as they had a harvest. Not only could they avoid being hunted by all parties, but they could also openly sell their treasures in exchange for money and a good life. On the several islands near the inverted mountain, there were many decent cultivators stationed all year round. They kept a close eye on the inverted mountain in order to observe some of the bandits hiding in the inverted mountain. These people who took refuge under the rules of the inverted mountain were, without exception, heterodox cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They had made a name for themselves in various continents. Chen Pinggan asked about the exact location of the inverted mountain that led to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although Jin Su was curious about why Chen Pinggan would do something superfluous when they were going to set off in 3 days, she still told him that it was just beside the lonely peak in the central area of the inverted mountain. There was a gate that imitated the immortal ascension platform in ancient times. If one wore a jade token with the word horizon, one could visit it nearby. Now, the 13th level of the ascension realm was like the 10th level of a pure martial artist. It was the limit of the human world. After that, it was the second level that was lost. In the ancient times when the sage of Dowda walked around and helped the common people, it seemed that there were many immortal ascension platforms in the world. It was easy for Qi cultivators to ascend. They could ascend in the daytime, raise the clouds, ride dragons, or ride cranes. In the sky, there would be fairies scattering flowers, colorful clouds, and colorful lights overflowing. It was fascinating. Chen Pinggan and Jin Su agreed on the time to set off tomorrow morning. Then, he left the inn alone and went to the foot of the lonely peak where the great Lord of Heaven cultivated. Chen Pinggan pondered about 9 places along the way. Catch and Release Pavilion, Worship Sword Pavilion, Shongxiong House, Thunder Terrace, Lingji House, Dharma Glabella Hall, Saber Room, Elk Cliff, and the Lonely Peak. The number was the same as the Xiong Town Tower, 9. Maybe it was also a formation that the sage used to suppress fate. At the foot of the Lone Peak, there was a divine path that could allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. Not far away, there was a square made of white jade. Outside the square, there was only an iron chain railing. It was less than 2 feet high, and anyone could step over it. In the middle of the square, there were 2 white jade pillars that were more than 100 feet high. In the middle of the pillars, there were ripples on the surface of the water that was as calm as a mirror. There were not many people in the square. There were only 20 to 30 people. Regardless of age, gender, or age, they all had a jade token with the word YA on their waists. Many naughty children passed through the square and ran around, playing with each other. There was no Taoist in charge of guarding the square. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and carefully stepped over the railing. There was no movement. Then, he was slightly relieved and slowly walked to the 2 pillars. Chen Pinggan found that with every step he took, there would be flowing lights under his feet. When he looked up, he found a little Taoist boy in a loose Taoist robe sitting on a futon next to one of the pillars. He was reading a book. If there were children of similar age to him, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown on his head would wave his sleeves and the children would float away as if they were riding on clouds. The children were never tired of it, and the little Taoist boy was never annoyed and kept waving his sleeves. Chen Pinggan did not dare to imitate the children and break into the mirror without permission. Instead, he walked around the big pillar and found that there was a small pillar next to the big pillar. On the stone pillar that looked like a hitching post, there was a middle-aged swordsman in ragged clothes sitting cross-legged with a sword in his arms. He was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a peerless master. Chen Pinggan did not dare to disturb his sleep. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps and was about to turn back to the other side. The swordsman who was sleeping with his sword knocked his head and suddenly woke up. His eyes were a little dull. He looked left and right and then looked up. Finally, he looked at the back of the swordsman and muttered to himself. It seemed to be 3 words, and then he went back to sleep. Chen Pinggan stood near the mirror on the other side and stared blankly for a long time. He could not imagine that behind the mirror was the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Was it another world? On top of the lone peak that reached the clouds, there was another inverted mountain. The tallest building was shrouded in clouds for most of the year. Under the roof of the building, there were 3 bells. It was said that only when the 3 Daoist sect masters came to the inverted mountain would the bells ring. A Taoist sect master of heaven was on the roof, looking down at the square through the clouds. The swordsman was as small as a mustard seed. Chen Pinggan returned to the Stork Inn and continued to practice the 6-step boxing stance and the sword furnace stance. In the middle of the night, he took off his clothes and lay down with a smile. The next day, at dawn, Jinsu knocked on the door 15 minutes earlier. Chen Pinggan stopped his silent practice and opened the door. He left the inn with Jinsu and went to the Dharma Glabella Hall. This hall was also known as the Hall of Missing One. It was said that it had collected all kinds of Dharma seals in the world except for the Shan seal. There was an unwritten rule that the mountain cannot be seen. After all, the inverted mountain was a Shan seal. Chen Pinggan sighed and followed the excited Jinsu into the Dharma Glabella Hall. There were 3 floors, and each floor was extremely spacious. There were rooms of various sizes, and each floor stored thousands of Dharma seals. They were suspended in the rows of glass cabinets. Some of the Dharma seals were full of spirituality, and they were constantly moving and hitting the glass cabinets, making banging sounds. There were even spirits that were born from the condensation of the Dharma seal's spiritual energy, and they would boldly look at people behind the transparent glass cabinets. Chen Pinggan stayed in a water seal room on the 2nd floor for a long time and was unwilling to leave. Jinsu went elsewhere and agreed to meet him at the entrance of the Dharma Glabella Hall in 2 hours. Chen Pinggan was looking at a water seal room. The spiritual qi was as light as mist and turned into a stream, lingering around the seal. The bottom of the seal was engraved with the words "Falling of the Milky Way." Chen Pinggan already knew a lot of ancient seal words because he had the authentic alchemy works with Li Shisheng's detailed annotations. According to Jinsu, the seals of the Dharma Glabella Hall would only be received and not sold to anyone. In the early years, the only exception was when the current head of the Liu clan of the Snow White continent announced that he wanted to buy the seals of an entire floor. In the end, the hall master had no choice but to report to the great heavenly Lord Gufeng. The latter's reply was simple. He smashed down a ray of sword aura from the Gufeng Tower and destroyed the back garden of the Yuan Ravan residence. In the end, the Liu clan's legitimate son who had yet to inherit the position of the head of the clan cursed old immortal Gufeng with his hands on his hips. Then, the great heavenly Lord Daoist unleashed a rain of sword aura. The huge immortal Yuan Ravan residence that had been built for generations was badly damaged. He directly destroyed the formation of the Yuan Ravan residence that was said to be able to block 100 swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, no one was injured. Then, there was a popular question and answer. The young man's expression didn't change. He just turned around and asked the old manager if the Heavenly Lord's domineering behavior was in accordance with the rules. The old manager smiled and replied that the Heavenly Lord was in the inverted hanging mountain and that was the rule. After this battle, the Heavenly Lord of the inverted hanging mountain's tyrannical martial prowess and the wealth of the Snow White continent's Liu clan were spread all over the world. Chen Pinggan didn't go up to the 3rd floor. Instead, he went downstairs and waited for Jinsu outside the Law Glabella Hall. Jinsu arrived 15 minutes late. When he saw the young man with a sword sitting on the stairs in a daze, he said apologetically, "I'm late. There's a seal on the 3rd floor that gave birth to an extremely mysterious spirit. It can transform into the person it looks at. It's very fun. There's a lot of people queuing over there." Chen Pinggan, "I'm sorry." Chen Pinggan stood up and patted his butt. He smiled and said, "We're not in a hurry." Almost at the same time, when Jinsu called out Chen Pinggan's name for the first time in the inverted hanging mountain, the 2 gatekeepers at the foot of the lone peak, the little Daoist boy who was reading a book and the middle-aged man with a sword, opened their eyes at the same time. Then, one of them stood up from the praying mat and walked out of the plaza towards the Shangxiang Inn. The man with a sword turned around, bent his finger and flicked the mirror once. However, the man suddenly smiled and twisted his wrist as if he was fishing for something. He took back the flick of his finger. He continued to doze off. There were no restrictive spells or spells on the inverted mountain. With just a single step, the little Daoist boy was able to travel a few miles. Eventually, he came before a pavilion that was shrouded in purple smoke and walked into it. When the Daoist priests saw the little Daoist boy, they bowed and greeted him respectfully. Some even addressed him as Grand Uncle Master, or even Grand Uncle Master. The little Daoist boy's face was cold and he ignored everyone. After he stepped through the door, he waved his sleeves and sent several Daoists with different hats and robes flying. They instantly floated to the walls on both sides. These Daoists of the Middle Five Realms were so scared that they almost lost their minds. The little Daoist boy strode forward and occupied the spot where the incense was burning. He took out an incense stick from the incense holder beside him. On the incense table, there were 4 scrolls enshrined. The Daoist ancestor was the tallest. His position was so high that if the pilgrims didn't pay attention, they would ignore his existence. The scrolls of the 3 Daoist statues were hung side by side. The Daoist in the middle hung a peach talisman. The Daoist on the left held a magic sword and wore a feather robe. The Daoist on the right wore a lotus crown. On the huge incense table, there was only one big incense burner for the pilgrims to place their incense. Legend had it that if Daoist priests and kind-hearted men and women offered incense in this incense brothel, they would have the opportunity to let the Dao ancestors and the 3 pure ones know about it. Almost all Daoist priests would come to the incense brothel to light 3 incense sticks after entering the inverted mountain. Of course, the Daoists of the Daoist master residence of Longhu Mountain would never step into the incense burner. The little Daoist boy with the fishtail hat bowed 3 times to the Daoist ancestor with the lotus crown. He placed the incense stick in his hand into the burner and closed his eyes to chant. In the end, the little Daoist boy was stunned. He opened his eyes and felt a little bored, so he turned around and saw a beautiful young man. He frowned and asked, as a disciple of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, "Why did you go to the sword pavilion first and not come here to burn incense?" The young woman was not afraid at all. She said with a smile, "We have acknowledged this high and mighty leader as our ancestor wholeheartedly, but our ancestor has never acknowledged us as his descendants. Thousands of years have passed. How many incense has the Lu family burned? Haven't we received even half a word of reply? Will it work if I burn an incense stick?" The little Daoist boy's tender face was a little angry. "How dare you be so impudent here?" The guy who came to burn incense said with a smile, "Heavenly Lord, you're not a Daoist of the Lu clan's ancestor. Why do you insist on such etiquette?" The little Daoist boy snorted and said, "Ungrateful thing, get out." With a wave of his sleeve, the young man, who was even more beautiful than a beauty, was sent flying and fell on the street outside the incense burner. He coughed up blood and struggled to sit up. He looked up at the portrait on the right, which had remained unmoved for thousands of years, and laughed. Today was just as heartless. Throughout history, the Lu clan had been in dire straits and in danger of collapse, but the person in the portrait had never cared. After the little Daoist boy stepped out of the door, he glanced at the battered young man for a moment. Under Jin Su's lead, Chen Pinggan arrived at Lingji shop at noon and saw the legendary Lingji Rui. Chen Pinggan saw the exorbitant prices of Lingji shop's Dharma treasures and spiritual weapons. He neither bought them nor sold them. He went to the last attraction of the day, the Saber Master's room. The attraction of the Saber Master's room was not the scenery, but the list on the wall. There were different bounties recorded on it, and the targets were all strange. It could be a demon on an island in the South Sea, a ruler of a continent, an immortal elder of a land immortal, or some evil demon that wreaked havoc everywhere. Even the scholarly sage of the Chen clan from the South Sura continent was on the list. This was a rule that the Saber Master's room of the inverted hanging mountain had inherited. He could put up a post, and so could anyone else. However, the person who put up the post had to put the bounty on the Saber Master's room. Otherwise, if they dared to put up a post without money, they would have to experience the power of the Saber Master's room. The Saber Master's room. The second Daoist's Taoism had a branch, and all their weapons were sabers. The Taoists of this branch had made a name for themselves in the central divine continent. They were on par with the Saber Master of the school of Moism. One was tyrannical, and the other was mysterious. In the vast world, the only thing that was more troublesome than messing with a sword cultivator was to have a dispute with the Taoists of the Saber Master's room. This was because the Taoist Saber Master had always been decisive, and could even be said to be ruthless. He killed demons and killed Qi cultivators without hesitation. The Taoist Saber Master had a bad temper. There was once a saying that when the Taoist Saber Master and a noble from the Taoist Master's residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain met, they both wanted to kill a powerful demon. Normally, they would fight side by side, fight on their own, or avoid one of them. However, the Taoist Saber Master did not agree with them, so he pulled out his saber and fought with the Taoist Master of the Zhong family. After severely injuring the Taoist Master, he went to kill the demon alone. This incident caused a great disturbance in the Jinjiao continent. A Grandmaster of the Taoist Master's residence came all the way from the central divine continent to the inverted hanging mountain to denounce the Taoist Master. In the end, another great battle broke out. The great Lord of Heaven, who was guarding the lonely peak, fought with the Taoist Master of the Zhong family thousands of miles away from the inverted hanging mountain. However, no one knew the result of the battle. In the dusty medicine shop, one of the beautiful women and young girls who worked as shop assistants was missing. She was the little girl who still owed the shopkeeper Zheng Dafeng money for a book. Zheng Dafeng was a bit annoyed. He slapped the table and said that the girl was really rebelling. She dared to act so lawlessly just because she was beautiful. The shopkeeper threatened that if she didn't ask for leave and didn't say anything, she wouldn't come to work in the shop. She simply didn't put him, the handsome shopkeeper, in her eyes. He wanted to deduct 30 to 40 copper coins from her book. The nagging man was angry, but unfortunately, the women and girls in the shop didn't take him seriously. Those who were eating melon seeds continued to chat. In any case, no one believed that the shopkeeper's man would really deduct their wages. Then, a trembling old ancestor of the Fan family came to the door of the medicine shop in person. He looked apologetic and fearful. Zheng Dafeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his grumbling that was even more wordy than a woman's. He walked around the counter and to the door. He said softly, "Let's talk here." The real person in charge of the Fan family ancestral hall felt helpless. Today, for a little girl from the marketplace who had nothing to do with the Fan family clearly did not do anything wrong. Yet, they had to come here to apologize. Moreover, the entire family had a stomach full of uneasiness. They were afraid of being implicated by the anger. The old man sighed. "Mr. Zheng, the little girl who did not come to the medicine shop today is dead." Zheng Dafeng made a no sound, his face expressionless. The old man mistakenly thought that this martial arts grandmaster of the 10 realms did not take it to heart. He let out a sigh of relief. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand, indicating that the old man could leave. The man sat on the threshold and did not say anything else. The women and young girls in the medicine shop had sharp intuition. They all sensed that the atmosphere at the door was strange. For a moment, no one dared to make a ruckus. They even dared not to jest with the shopkeeper. The man said, "Haha, this time I really don't have to pay back the money." But in reality, there was not a hint of a smile on his face. He looked at a shadow in the alley. "I don't trust the Fan family. I don't trust their character or ability. Old Zhao, you personally go and investigate. I'll wait for your news." Zheng Dafeng stood up and waited patiently. In Old Dragon City, the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. In the night of the inverted mountain. In the square, other than the little Daoist boy who continued to flip through the book and the man holding the sword who was no longer sleepy at night, there was no one else. From the mirror behind the 2 large pillars, a valiant and formidable-looking young girl suddenly walked out. She had a long sword at her waist. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. 270. After visiting the Saber Master Room, Chen Pinggan and Jin Su finally went to the Jingjian Pavilion. This way, they did not have to take too many detours and did not have to take too many unnecessary detours. Previously at the Saber Master Room, the screen wall was filled with lists. Chen Pinggan found 3 familiar names: Kui Dong, Shu Ruo, and Song Jianqiang. Among them, Kui Dong had the most number of listings, as many as 6. The people who posted the listings came from 4 different continents. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular this former first disciple of the literary saint was in the vast world. Shu Ruo from the Mo clan and the vassal of Dali each had one. The reason was very strange. The person who posted the bounty on Shu Ruo was a lady named Jade Water, Primordial Lady of Lofty Lake Liu Roshi. Her words were full of hatred and affection. As for the person who posted the bounty on Song Jianqiang, his name was Han Wanzhan of the Gold Armor continent. This person probably had too much money and nowhere to spend it. His reason was that he felt that the small Aquarius continent was not worthy of having a martial arts grandmaster. When Chen Pinggan and Jin Su turned to leave, they passed by a group of 3 people on the other side of the street. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but take another look because the woman was too tall. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her figure was well proportioned. There was a sheathless long sword hanging from her waist, as if it was a freshly made sword. Under the sunlight, as the tall woman walked, the long sword reflected waves of snow-white rays of light. In fact, it was not only Chen Pinggan. The people on both sides of the street, without exception, were all looking at this strange lady. A handsome man was walking side by side with her, whispering to each other. The lady nodded occasionally and said very little. Behind the 2 of them was a middle-aged retainer. He had a strong murderous aura that was difficult to conceal. Either he was a pure martial artist below level 7, and had not formed a golden body, so he could not hide his aura. If he was above level 7 and still had such a presence, then it was a little scary. Among the thousands of sword cultivators in the vast world, the one in the central divine continent was the most extreme example. Even though Jin Su had walked far away, he could not help but turn back to look at the woman's back, reluctant to part with her. Although the woman didn't say anything, didn't wear luxurious clothes, and didn't even have a devastatingly beautiful face, Jin Su was envious of such a woman. He couldn't explain it clearly. Some people were always so different. One look at them and they would be remembered for many years. As for some people, no matter how many years they looked at it, they still didn't have it in their hearts. Chen Pinggan, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to it. He quickly walked on his own path, sipping his wine as he thought about the stone arch bridge in his hometown. Of course, as he thought about it, he also thought about the golden arch bridge in the sky. The sea of clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. Along the way, the tall woman had never looked at anyone. She walked all the way to the screen wall of the saber room, raised her head, and quickly browsed through the bounty list. She was not interested in most of them and was too lazy to look at them. Finally, her eyes stopped at a list on the top left corner, and her eyes lit up. On this trip south to the Hanging Mountain, she had boarded the ferry Mirage under the name of her dynasty and traveled all the way to the north of the Central Plains. She had flown past one of the 5 Great Lakes, Lofty Lake, the world's largest mountain, Mount Suishan, and then the southern Whirlpool continent. She had remained in her room the entire time, flipping through an ancient book from a destroyed dynasty's treasury. She had not shown herself, thinking of something to do on her way back north after tempering her sword in the Hanging Mountain. She reached out and pulled the bounty list into her hand. She said indifferently in the direction of the saber room's door, "I accept this bounty." The handsome man had been muttering to himself as he followed the tall woman's gaze. When she stared at the list, he muttered to himself, "Don't tear this one, don't tear this one, any other one will do." In the end, the heavens didn't go as he wished. The woman just had to tear down this old list that had been posted for who knew how many years. The Grandmaster retainers behind the man and woman were all smiles, not surprised at all. They had long known that this would happen. The man said with a long face, "Imperial Tutor, do we really have to go to White Emperor City and cause a ruckus? Isn't that demonic overlord close to us only a few ranks lower than the city lord of White Emperor City? He's also one of the 10 great demons of the world. Why doesn't the Imperial Tutor look for him? On this trip, I might just be warming a pot of wine for the Imperial Tutor in the palace. Although this demon is wary of the Imperial Tutor in recent years and has gone into seclusion, there's even news of him relocating his sect." She smiled and interrupted the man's words, The reason I was able to break through is because of that person. I forgot to tell His Majesty that I've already killed him." The man was stunned for a moment. He said regretfully, "Why didn't the imperial tutor persuade him to surrender? If he had such help." The tall woman smiled again. "He did, but he proposed a condition. He wanted me to be his concubine. I thought about it and felt that it would be easier to get rid of him than to serve him tea." The man first sighed, then came to a realization. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Imperial tutor, tell me directly. Did you say these words before the fight?" The woman felt a little guilty. She smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "His Majesty is wise." Afterwards, that demon knelt at her feet and begged for mercy, kowtowing and admitting his wrongs. She didn't agree. After leaving that mountain of corpses, she galloped on a mountain path. The head of the spear in her hand was still hanging on the spearhead. She originally wanted to take it to the imperial palace in the capital to show it to His Majesty and see what the great demon looked like. But when she thought that the emperor would most likely blame her for not considering the big picture, she shook her wrist and shook the head off the spearhead. In this way, she could pretend that nothing had happened. Thus, she felt a little sorry for the emperor beside her. An emperor who even asked her about the empress's dethronement, the crown prince's choice, and the location of his mausoleum was very difficult to find in the vast world. She had to cherish him. The man was a little numb from his heartache. He weakly said, "Then I'll have someone send a message to the capital and have them bring that armor for the imperial tutor. The city lord of White Emperor City is too invincible. The imperial tutor cannot lower his guard." She suddenly shook her head, her eyes burning. "If we were to engage in a battle of life and death with White Emperor City, there would be no difference whether we wore that armor or not. There is no need for His Majesty to do this." The man's tone was heavy. "I've begged you many times. I'll beg you one more time. Don't fight to the death. Just decide victory and defeat. Then you can look at the rosy clouds with the city lord of White Emperor City, play chess, and take a stroll by the river." The tall woman glanced at him and smiled. "Does His Majesty want the city lord of White Emperor City to one day marry into our dynasty?" The man gave her a thumbs up and shamelessly said, "Imperial tutor's plan is flawless." The woman indifferently said, "The only thing I want to marry in this life is the martial path." The man sighed and didn't say anything else. When the tall woman took down the list, no one from the saber room went out to socialize. All the chi refinement warriors near the screen wall had already scattered. The new top 10 experts of the Central Divine Continent were naturally those who had appeared in the past 100 years. Otherwise, they would be excluded. In the end, the original 10 were all chi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms, such as the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master, but now there were only 9. This was the first time in the history of the world that a pure martial artist had entered this list. Furthermore, that female martial god charged into the top 5 in a spurt of energy. The 4th person was the city lord of White Emperor City. The tall woman turned to the retainer behind her and said, "You will go to the Aquarius continent for me. If he is really unwilling to hand over the scabbard, then forget it. Don't force him." The retainer man nodded. Before entering the Jingjian Pavilion, Chen Pinggan and Jin Su each had their own thoughts. Chen Pinggan wanted to see if the Jingjian Pavilion had the bamboo hat man's sword. If there was, what was its name? How many demons of the upper 5 realms had been slain by the sword? And Jin Su wanted to admire the swords of those female sword immortals. Both of them had their own needs, so they went their separate ways. The venerating sword pavilion was divided into 2 levels. The sword replicas on the upper level were not open to the public, while the first level allowed one to walk all the way in. Because the sword replicas were placed in a room according to the demon-slaying record every 1,000 years, the number of immortal swords in the room varied. However, none of the rooms appeared empty, only divided into more and more. Chen Pinggan looked around, memorizing the ancient names one by one, and then came to a conclusion. The people who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and their swords should be secretly enshrined on the 2nd level. The design of the Jingjian Pavilion was extremely meticulous. Every sword imitations, other than being placed on a sword rack with their own characteristics, behind the sword rack, there would be a painting of a sword immortal that was half the height of a person. It was extremely lifelike, but it was not accurate to call it a painting. It was condensed from white mist, and the fine details could be seen, as though it was still alive. Although there were more imitations of the male sword immortals, Chen Pinggan saw them quickly, while Jinsu saw them slowly. In the end, Chen Pinggan and Jinsu met in the last room, and coincidentally, the two of them stood side by side at the same time. One of them looked at the male sword immortals Zhu Yu, and his face changed, while the other stared at the female sword immortals Yu Huang with a complicated expression. The key point was that the male and female sword immortals did not look like paintings. Suddenly, someone pushed Chen Pinggan aside, cursing. Anyway, Chen Pinggan did not understand the language, but his tone was very harsh. That person spat at the sword rack and imitations, and at the same time, did not have a good attitude towards Chen Pinggan, who was standing there. He said a bunch of words that confused Chen Pinggan. That person seemed to have realized that the young man with a sword on his back could not understand their language, and left angrily. Jinsu sighed, "Let's go." Chen Pinggan had heard Wei Pai mention this past when he was outside the bamboo tower in Luopa Mountain. Not to mention the invasion of the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the demon race, there was the soul-stirring capture and slaughter that was used to decide the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or the demon race to return the remaining flying swords of the sword cultivators. Wei Pai said that outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a pair of male and female sword immortals died in battle. It was extremely tragic. Two great sword immortals with outstanding achievements and superb swordsmanship were actually killed by the great demon Array in front of everyone. Both of them. Chen Pinggan looked at the male sword immortal's name, and then turned to look at the female sword immortal's name. Jinsu was puzzled. "Chen Pinggan, are you still not leaving?" Chen Pinggan grunted, "You go back to the inn first. I plan to take a look at the venerating sword pavilion again. After all, this place is open 24 hours a day." She asked, "Do you know the way back?" Chen Pinggan still did not raise his head. He nodded and said, "I do." Jinsu felt a little strange, but she only thought that the young man who carried the sword case all day long was too longing for the sword immortals in the world and was reluctant to leave. She walked out of the room at the end of the hall and walked past each room. It was as if time flowed backward, hundreds, thousands of years. There were many foreign guests who came to the venerating sword pavilion to worship the sword immortals. Most of them were polite. Even the young man with the sword on his back who had been standing in front of the dogwood imitation, squatting in the latrine and not shitting, did not say much. However, there were also people with bad tempers like the previous person. They either sneered or ridiculed the two sword immortals' swords that had once killed a total of 11 demons in the upper 5 states. Some even spat at the sword rack and the imitation. Chen Pinggan did not understand what they were saying. However, he could feel the anger, ridicule, indifference, ridicule, and gloating of those people. It was fun, interesting. Chen Pinggan did not like this feeling. It was just like when he was on the sea outside Osmanthus Island. It was as if there was only malice left in the whole world. After Chen Pinggan was knocked away by a burly man, the man strode forward and was about to smash the sword rack with a punch. At this moment, a middle-aged Taoist nun with a fishtail hat appeared out of thin air and smiled, "You can't destroy the collection of the venerating sword pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences." The man resentfully withdrew his fist and asked, "Can I spit? Is it against the rules of the inverted hanging mountain?" The Taoist nun smiled but did not say anything. The man understood tacitly. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the sword rack and turned to leave. The people next to him clapped and cheered. The burly man felt more and more heroic. He had done something that was very satisfying. Chen Pinggan still did not understand anything. He silently walked to a corner of the room and squatted down to drink. Only at every interval when there were few tourists, he would quickly get up and wipe off the spit on the two imitation swords and the sword rack. After quickly wiping it clean, he went back to the corner to drink. Over time, some people mistakenly thought that the young man with a sword on his back was a handyman of the venerating sword pavilion who was responsible for looking after the room, lest the 2 imitation swords of the sinners of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were destroyed. Chen Pinggan stayed in the room of the venerating sword pavilion until night time. The tourists were getting fewer and fewer, so he got up less and less often. In the darkness of the night, no one had come to this room for a full hour. Chen Pinggan left the venerating sword pavilion and sat on the steps outside. He held the sword-nourishing gourd but no longer drank. His lips were tightly pursed. The male sword immortal was surnamed Ning. The female sword immortal was surnamed Yao. There was once a girl who introduced herself to Chen Pinggan. "Hello, my father's surname is Ning and my mother's surname is Yao, so I'm called Ning Yao." During the battle with the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain, the girl's words clearly meant that her parents were still alive. Moreover, from her performance in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, she did not seem like someone who had lost her parents. Therefore, even when Wei Pai mentioned the death of the sword immortal couple at Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan did not even think about that girl. But looking back, there were already clues. She did not like to mention the word fierce on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She said that her future man must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the Great Sword Immortal. She had long traveled the vast world alone and asked someone to forge a good sword. Chen Pinggan hugged his knees and sat on the steps. The sword case on his back contained the demon-slaying and demon-slaying swords that he named. The sword-nourishing gourd at his waist contained the 1st and 15th swords that he named. The straw sandals on his feet were also a pair. The young man's back was facing the Jingjian Pavilion. In the innermost room, Zhu Yu and Yu Huang still depended on each other. Chen Pinggan sat on the steps in a daze for an unknown period of time. He only stared blankly ahead. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and saw a girl standing not far away. She frowned slightly and went straight to the point. "Chen Pinggan, why was the letter sent to my house not written by you but by Wan Xiu? What's wrong with you?" Chen Pinggan seemed to have been struck by lightning. He did not answer the question. "It's been a long time, Miss Ning." She looked at the silly look and sighed helplessly. She sat beside Chen Pinggan and said unhappily, "It's been a long time? How long has it been?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and then scratched his head. For some reason, Chen Pinggan felt like a long time had passed. He walked thousands of miles. He practiced millions of punches. She glanced at the guy sitting upright and still, then looked at the sword case on his back. She suddenly laughed and could not help but say, "Chen Pinggan, you're a..." Ning Yao inexplicably discovered that this fearless fool did not wait for her to finish speaking. She was so scared that she started to sweat. 271. Chen Pinggan didn't wait for Ning Yao to finish speaking. He hurriedly said, "Miss Ning, please wait a moment." Then Chen Pinggan turned his head, took off the blade-strengthening gourd, and secretly drank a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao was a little confused. Could it be that this guy had done something wrong to her? For example, he had rushed all the way from the Pearl Grotto Heaven to the inverted hanging mountain and owed a huge debt to her. For example, he had thrown away the mountain-shaking fist manual long ago. After practicing a few thousand moves, he felt that it was useless. So now that he carried the sword case and started practicing the sword, he felt that it was useless to practice the fist and the sword. Or perhaps Chen Pinggan had wandered the Jianghu and was surrounded by a large group of foolish confidants, who were now waiting for him at the inn. Ning Yao thought about all sorts of things. The only thing she didn't think about was whether Chen Pinggan had lost the sword forged by Yuan Tong. How could this be possible? Through the endless mountains and rivers, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would definitely deliver the sword. After drinking, Chen Pinggan suddenly stood up and walked to the bottom of the steps to face Ning Yao. Behind Ning Yao was the Jingjian Pavilion, as if it was the place where the spirit of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was located for 10,000 years. Chen Pinggan had squatted at the foot of the wall and thought about many random things. For example, in the poems recorded in the book, there was one less person stuck in the woods, there was one sitting alone in the woods, there was alliance and the word Meng, and there were words carved in the thunder pool that had a longer history. Chen Pinggan even imagined the scene of their first reunion. It definitely wouldn't be sitting foolishly on the steps of the inverted hanging mountain and then he saw her. Ning Yarrow sat on the steps calmly and leaned back. Languid elbows were pressed against the steps. She narrowed her eyes and her pair of narrow eyebrows looked even more slender and moving. After seeing this scene, Chen Pinggan couldn't say a word. He turned his head and drank another mouthful of wine. Chen Pinggan just opened his mouth to speak. Ning Yarrow suddenly raised an eyebrow and sat up straight, asking, "Chen Pinggan, when did you become an alcoholic?" The words that they had mustered up their courage with great difficulty, as if they were climbing a mountain with great difficulty, were all scared back into their stomachs. It was as if they had fallen off a cliff to their deaths, each and every one of them smashed to pieces. Chen Pinggan sighed and squatted on the ground, silently scratching his head with both hands. Ning Yarrow stood up and smiled. "Chen Pinggan, you seem to have grown taller." Chen Pinggan abruptly stood up and gestured to Ning Yarrow not to walk down the stairs. "Miss Ning, wait for me to finish my sentence." The young man raised his head high and puffed out his chest. He gripped the wine pot tightly and looked at the young lady in a dark green robe. Ning Yarrow blinked, seemingly unable to guess what Chen Pinggan was up to. Chen Pinggan said, "Miss Ning." He quickly shook his head and changed the way he addressed her. "Ning Yarrow, I like you." Ning Yarrow sat back down on the stairs. "If you have the guts, say it louder." Chen Pinggan then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ning Yarrow, I like you." Ning Yarrow asked, "Who are you?" Chen Pinggan smiled brightly, no longer reserved. He said heroically, "Dali Longquan Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan knew that after giving the sword to Miss Ning, it would be best if he could spend some time with her. It would be best if he could see Miss Ning's hometown and her friends at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. At that time, he could decide whether or not to tell her. That would be the safest thing to do. In the worst-case scenario, Ning Yarrow wouldn't like him. However, they might still be friends. However, Chen Pinggan didn't want that to happen. Ning Yarrow stood up again with a strange expression. She asked Chen Pinggan, "Is it that great to like someone?" Chen Pinggan was confused and didn't know how to answer. After being confessed to, did all girls in the world ask such a question? Chen Pinggan couldn't help but complain about the masters of Sword Sage Song and Osmanthus Island's old boatmaster. One was a jinx, while the other refused to impart his experience in the pugilistic world. Ning Yarrow stepped down the stairs and arrived in front of Chen Pinggan. She stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Chen Pinggan grunted. He untied the knot and took off the wooden box on his back. He took out the sword forged by Saint Ruan Cheng and handed it to the girl in front of him. After Ning Yarrow received the sword, she didn't unsheath it to check its edge. She hung it on the right side of her waist and walked straight ahead, brushing past Chen Pinggan. When Chen Pinggan abruptly turned his head to look, he only saw her raising an arm and gently waving goodbye. Chen Pinggan's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. This was because all his strength and courage had been used to say those words. For a long time, he didn't want to turn his head or look away. She walked further and further away, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Chen Pinggan turned his head and walked to his original seat on the stairs. He began to mumble the words that he didn't have time to say. "Miss Ning, how have you been recently?" "Miss Ning, I've seen a lot of interesting things on this trip. Can I tell you about them?" "Miss Ning, you must have never imagined that I promised you that I would practice 1,000,000 times. Now, I'm only 20,000 away." "Miss Ning, do you know that when we were at the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, when you smiled, I felt that I was the richest person in the world?" "Ning Yao, I saw Alliance, but Mr. Chi left." "Ning Yao, I've been to Huangting Country, Great Sui Kingdom, Tsai Country, Combe Country, Old Dragon City, and many other places. I've seen a lot of girls, but they're not as beautiful as you. Miss Ning, you used to ask me if I liked you. I said no and you didn't seem unhappy. But now that I like you so much, you don't seem very happy. I'm sorry. Miss Ning, I'm very happy to have met you." On the white jade square at the foot of Lonely Peak, the little Daoist boy with a fishtail crown continued to sit on the futon and flip through his book. These few days were important fasting days in Qingming world. Inverted Hanging Mountain had never considered itself as the ruler of the world. Therefore, The gate to the Great Wall of Sword Aura would only reopen after the Emperor. Otherwise, this place would be one of the busiest areas in Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was because only people passed through here, not goods. The real transfer hub was in the belly of Inverted Hanging Mountain. There were 8 ferries in the vicinity, including the Upper Incense Pavilion. Each of them had an inclined road that led downwards to the belly of the mountain. In the early years, they had a dispute over whether they should ask the master of Qingming World if they needed to dig through the mountain wall and build a new ferry in the belly of the mountain. The Great Lord of Inverted Hanging Mountain felt that it was inevitable. Why didn't Inverted Hanging Mountain earn the incense money? Other than being the gatekeeper, the little Daoist boy was also the second in command of Inverted Hanging Mountain. He felt that as long as the construction of Inverted Hanging Mountain involved the mountain seal, even a little bit, it would be a great disrespect to his master. At that time, the two of them could not come up with an answer and did not hesitate to fight. After that, they each lit 3 incense sticks in the Upper Incense Pavilion, which alarmed the master who stayed in the sky beyond heaven all year round. The master first returned to the Beko Keikyang building in Qingming World and personally issued a decree. Only then did the 2 brothers stop fighting. However, after that, the little Daoist boy who originally held great power and was not inferior to his senior brother no longer handled any affairs of Inverted Hanging Mountain in a fit of anger. He threw everything to the Great Lord of Heaven and guarded this futon by himself. The man holding the sword who sat on the hitching post slept soundly the entire day. When night fell, he was very awake. His eyes were as bright as the bright moon and his face was full of smiles. He looked around as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a long time, he did not see the person he expected. He became impatient and jumped off the hitching post. He went around the mirror door and squatted beside the little Daoist boy. Only the sound of the little Daoist boy flipping the pages of a book could be heard. The little Daoist boy had been in a bad mood recently. Although he was a Daoist of the Great Lord of Heaven's lineage, he was close to the 3rd Supreme Leader Lu Chen. Whenever he saw that sissy with the surname Lu, he would feel annoyed. The little lady was very arrogant and was even more annoyed. His senior brother, the Great Lord of Heaven, lost a fight with someone and was still annoyed. Why were there so many troublesome things in the world? Previously, when he was not tricked by the little Supreme Leader Lu Chen into coming to the Inverted Hanging Mountain and staying in the Beko Keikyang building, he did not have so many troublesome things. Every day, he would accompany the Supreme Leader Lu for a stroll on the top floor and wait for his master to return to the Beko Keikyang building from the heavens beyond to recuperate. Occasionally, if he was lucky, he would even meet the Daoist master, who was a once-in-a-century occurrence. The Daoist master was a busy man and rarely appeared in the Beko Keikyang building. He would either wander in some unknown arcane realm to help stabilize fate and build a cave for cultivators to live in or observe Tao in the Little Lotus Cave. Of course, the Daoist master did not need to comprehend Tao. The so-called observing Tao, according to his master, was just observing other people's Tao. The little Daoist boy could not stand the man holding the sword beside him. At the end of the day, you're just a little girl. What's there to see? The man holding the sword laughed. You don't understand. I'm a sinner and I'm being punished here. It's rare for me to be a little interested. The little Daoist boy closed the book and grinned. Oh, you're just a doorway and you're in the vast world. You even have a great sword immortal in the immortal realm. A little interest. How little interest? The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. There's no point in chatting with people like you. The man added, it's still the couple next door who get along better than us. They've already started gambling for fun. The little Daoist boy's interest was piqued. What are we gambling on? The man holding the sword asked tentatively, can you lend me half of the praying mat? The little Daoist boy did not move and sneered. What do you think? The man did not harp on this point and continued, old Yarrow next door is betting with the saber-wielding Daoist nun on whether the little girl will return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone or with 2 people. The little Daoist boy asked, can't she not return at all? The man holding the sword shook his head and looked into the distance. She will definitely return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The little Daoist boy asked, Because of the glory of the Ning and Yarrow surnames. The man sighed and had a complicated expression. The little Daoist boy's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeves and chanted the two names in the Eastern Aquarius continent's accent. Two green talismans were drawn and disappeared in a flash. The man holding the sword flicked his finger and the two talismans that were fainter than green smoke were shattered. He said angrily, "See no evil, hear no evil." The two talismans, one was the Heaven and Earth Echo Talisman and the other was the Breeze Talisman. The former could travel quickly between the heaven and earth. As long as there was a conversation that involved the words chanted by the person who drew the talisman would begin to work and record the conversation. The latter was the Breeze Talisman, which allowed one to find the person drawn by the talisman and send back images. The two talismans were of high quality and were extremely difficult to draw. However, they were of little value to the Daoist talisman on the mountain. Be it the Echo Talisman or the Breeze Talisman, they would rapidly deplete the talisman's spiritual energy when used in places that were filled with restrictions and evil spirits. For example, the mansion of the crashing deity, the Wunwu Temple, the city god's pavilion, the mass grave, etc. Even if the talisman paper was of good quality, it would cause a huge backlash. If the commotion was too big, it would be noticed by the cultivators and they would naturally see it as a provocation. Following the clues, it would be easy to find the person who drew the talisman and eventually cause a dispute. Therefore, the two talismans were only suitable for roaming and scouting in lawless places. However, the little Daoist boy had no problem controlling the two talismans in his own territory on the inverted hanging mountain. It was a pity that the inverted hanging mountain sword deity broke it with a flick of his finger. The sword-hugging man asked, "Do you want to bet?" The little Daoist boy was uninterested and shook his head, "No. You're a gambling addict and your gambling habits are terrible. You can be ranked in the top 3 in the inverted hanging mountain. I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll definitely give you something. If I win, I won't get anything. What's there to bet on? No way." The man's attitude was bleak. "I don't have much to look forward to in this life. I can't even be ranked first as a gambling addict." The little Daoist boy thought of something interesting and laughed. "You're considered good. Look at those two broken swords in the venerated sword pavilion and then look at yourself. All the people who pass by here, whether they're from the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the vast world, who doesn't respect you? In their eyes, even a fart from a living greatsword immortal is fragrant." The sword-hugging man was not angry and said self-mockingly, "If that's the case, I really shouldn't have any complaints about being a guard here." The little Daoist boy put down his book and held the back of his head with both hands, looking up at the sky. The man muttered, "To the commoners, their hometown should be their hometown after leaving home for 100 years. To the Chi refinement warriors, 1,000 years counts. Then what about us, the convicts and refugees who have lived for 10,000 years?" The little Daoist boy did not answer this question. He could not answer it. It was deep in the night on the inverted hanging mountain. On the other side of the gate, the scorching sun was hanging high. Similarly, there were two people guarding the gate, one from the Great Wall of Sword Aura and one from the inverted hanging mountain. An old sword cultivator in grey was refining his natal flying sword openly. Beside him stood a middle-aged Daoist nun with a Dharma saber. The nun frowned. Little Ning went to the inverted hanging mountain without permission. "It's against the rules. If the great heavenly lord questions me, I'll tell him the truth." The old sword cultivator nodded. "Just tell him the truth. I'll take responsibility." A group of young boys and girls walked over from afar. They were all famous children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Although almost all of them came from prestigious backgrounds and were favored by the heavens, in the recent war, this group of children had gone to war 3 times in less than 3 years. They had also lost 2 friends. One of them, who was nicknamed Little Grasshopper, died on the battlefield in the south of the city wall. The other one had returned to the Confucian Academy after completing his training. The handsome young man had 2 long swords hanging from his waist. One of them had a scabbard, which was called sutra, and the other had no scabbard, which was called cloud pattern. A fat young man was born with a smiling face, but he was the most murderous. He had a sword at his waist. A one-armed girl was carrying an ill-fitting greatsword, mountain-suppressing sword. An ugly young man with a tanned face full of scars carried a sword with red makeup. The old sword cultivator looked at this group of brats with an unpleasant expression and continued refining his sword. On the other hand, Daoist Nun Shadao, who was not related to the big families of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, greeted the children with a sincere smile. Although these fellows were called children, it was only because of their height and age. In fact, all of them had bright futures and high achievements in the future. Almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Aura could see it. This was especially so when they walked up and down the city wall to the battlefield in the south. They had personally experienced many battles and had won enough respect. In the Great Wall of Sword Aura, no matter what your surname was, you had to rush to the battlefield. Of course, there were some differences. It was in the cultivation realm of the sword masters that protected the formation. The sword cultivators from poor families could only obediently accept the arrangements of the sword masters from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. As for the disciples of the big families, when they went to war in the early days, there would definitely be people secretly following them. Most of them were powerful retainers who did not have any missions at the moment. However, unless they were in a life-or-death situation, these people would not easily lend a hand. In the north of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, every inch of the soil was soaked with sword aura that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the south, every inch of the soil was soaked with the blood of the ancestors. The fatty pestered Daoist Nun Shadao and imitated a certain person's vulgar words. In the end, he was called a fool by the Daoist nun who was hanging upside down. The one-armed girl stared at the old sword cultivator's sword refining technique. The handsome young man had a displeased expression. The tanned young man stared blankly at the gate. It was said that another world was just a stone's throw away. Moreover, there was only one sun and moon over there. The scenery over there was beautiful and the young man could not imagine what beautiful mountains and clear waters were. The handsome young man kept patting the sword hilt with his palms. He appeared to be a little impatient and complained, "If I see that fellow, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist slashing at him. When that happens, you guys must stop me." The fatty chuckled and said, "Stop what? Just kill him. When the time comes, you will be chopped into minced meat by Ning Yao. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Don't worry, I will keep the scripture and the cloud pattern sword for you." After joking, the fat young man was a little helpless. About that fellow, Ning Yao didn't want to say much. She only said a few words. "The fool of the Pearl Grotto Heaven, the good guy, the miser. Why do I feel that if I have to choose, the bookworm of the school is more likable? In any case, he has fought side by side with us many times. He even saved Dong Haitan once. He is barely worthy of Ning Yao." The ugly young man glared at the fat young man. How could the latter be afraid? He threw a flirtatious glance back. The handsome young man asked, "Could it be that we are thinking too much? With Ning Yao's personality, who can she like in this life?" The one-armed girl thought about it seriously. She was a woman of few words. She concluded, "It's difficult." In the middle of the night, a heroic girl in a dark green robe with two swords at her waist appeared near the foot of the lonely peak. She did not even look at the man holding the sword and the little Daoist nun. She walked straight into the mirror. In an instant, she walked out of the mirror again. The scorching sun was in the sky. She raised her head and squinted her eyes subconsciously. Inside and outside the gate, the man holding the sword, the little Daoist nun with the swimming fish crown, the grey-robed old sword cultivator, and the Daoist nun Shadao looked at each other. As for the girl's peers, her friends who were full of admiration and respect for her, they were all relieved. They felt that the weather was really good today, since Ning Yao was the only one returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As they walked, the charcoal-like young man with the surname Dong turned his head and said, "Sister Ning?" Ning Yao nodded and quickened her pace to catch up with them. She passed by them again. The four people who were laughing and chatting became silent. Outside the Jingjian Pavilion on the inverted mountain, Chen Pinggan stood up and planned to return to the Stork Inn. Just as he stood up, He saw a middle-aged man and woman who looked like a couple coming from afar. They were dressed simply and elegantly. They looked ordinary and had a smile on their faces. They only glanced at him and then looked at the Jingjian pavilion behind them. Chen Pinggan lowered his head and put away the wine gourd that he had not drunk before. He was about to leave. The woman smiled softly and said, "This is our first time visiting the Jingjian pavilion. I heard that it is very big. Is there anything special about it?" Chen Pinggan stopped and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Why don't I show you around?" The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and said, "Okay." 272. Chen Pinggan was actually a little surprised. It was rare to meet someone who could speak the language of the Eastern Bottle continent in the inverted hanging mountain. However, after walking for so long, he knew that monks did not talk about their names and Taoists did not talk about their lifespans. It did not seem appropriate to ask strangers about their origins. Chen Pinggan then led the couple into Jingjian Pavilion and told them everything that Jinsu had told him. Moreover, Chen Pinggan had a good memory since he was young. Among the immortal sword imitations and sword immortal paintings in the house, as long as he put his mind to it, Chen Pinggan could immediately tell the couple the name of the immortal sword, the name of the sword, and the general background. As he led the couple on a tour, Chen Pinggan had an idea. Since he had used a sword, he would stay in the inverted hanging mountain for a while and record the sword immortals and immortal swords in the Jingjian pavilion. When he brought them back to the bamboo house in the Luo Po mountain, he could take them out and flip through them when he was bored. Just like those little bamboo slips that were engraved with beautiful poems and principles of the world. When he looked at them under the sun, Chen Pinggan would feel particularly comfortable and warm. It was as if the sun was not shining on the bamboo slips and words, but on his heart. When he was copying, he could practice calligraphy. He wondered if the ink and paper in the inverted hanging mountain would be expensive. The young woman smiled and said, "You have a good memory." Chen Pinggan collected his thoughts and grinned. This little ability was nothing on the mountain. He thought that the lady must be just being polite. Chen Pinggan really belittled himself this time, because the couple with good eyesight had already confirmed that every time Chen Pinggan looked at an immortal sword imitation, he already had a card up his sleeve. This was called the idea that the eyes had not yet arrived, but the mind was already there. This was a famous bottleneck of sword cultivation. It determined the ultimate height of sword cultivation, whether it was a small sword cultivator whose heart was detained by the flying sword or a sword immortal of the great Tao who could control thousands of sword wills. After walking through more than half of the house, Chen Pinggan was still patiently following the couple who looked carefully. In fact, he had already talked about the general history of the Jingjian pavilion. What followed was nothing more than choosing the sword immortals or famous swords based on interest. However, the woman would occasionally chat with Chen Pinggan, so Chen Pinggan continued to follow them. From beginning to end, the man did not speak much. He just suddenly said, "I'll go ahead and wait for you." The woman nodded and did not think much of it. She continued to chat with Chen Pinggan. Although Chen Pinggan had been to the Jingjian pavilion before, he knew almost nothing about the Great Wall of Sword Qi other than the famous sword immortals on the wall. Instead, it was the woman who came because of its reputation who told him many legends about sword immortals. For example, the reason why the ancestor surnamed Dong's sword was called Three Corpses was not because he believed in Taoism, but because he had once entered the hinterland of the demon world alone and killed 3 great demons of the 5 realms. The Dong clan rose from the Great Wall of Sword Qi because of this. Later on, almost all the heads of the Dong clan had personally killed great demons of the Jade realm or even the Immortal realm. Since they were talking about the Dong clan, the woman would then excitedly bring Chen Pinggan to look for the imitation immortal sword called Bamboo Box. The owner of the sword was one of the ancestors of the Dong clan. At that time, the Dong clan was already on the wane. The head of the family was severely injured by a great demon and there was a shortage of sword qi in the clan. Then, a young sword cultivator of the golden core stage of the Dong clan resolutely took the ancestral sword 10 feet tall and embarked on the path of slaying demons that the ancestor had walked. Under the circumstances that no one thought highly of this person, 200 years later, This sword cultivator returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone with his sword. He even carried a bamboo box with him which contained the head of a great demon of the 13 realms. Before he ascended to the top of the wall, he carved the character Dong on the Great Wall of Sword Chi with his sword that was almost shattered. From then on, this person forged a new sword and named it Bamboo Box. Since then, the Dong clan had always been one of the most influential surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After chatting, the woman learned that the young man's surname was Chen. She smiled and asked Chen Pinggan if he had noticed the flying mountain. Chen Pinggan smiled shyly and was a little embarrassed. This was because the owner of this strange immortal sword was surnamed Chen. Therefore, Chen Pinggan paid special attention and remembered it clearly. In fact, as long as it was a sword immortal with the surname Chen, Chen Pinggan would even remember the sword that the immortal carried. If not for the fact that he had never learned painting and did not have a skilled painter like Osmanthus Island to consult, Chen Pinggan would have hoped that he could bring the appearance of these sword immortals back to Luopa Mountain in the following period of time. After that, the woman smiled and selected a few old friends of the Chen family's sword immortals for Chen Pinggan and told him those heart-stirring stories. When someone spoke with words instead of cold words and a few concise and comprehensive records, the story would often be very exciting. It was like the monuments on the banks of the long river of time, the willow trees. People of the future could feel their shade when they stood under the trees. Outside the shade of the trees, there was a violent storm. That river of time was turbulent and unrestrained. Chen Pinggan, who had originally planned not to drink anymore, could not help but drink again. It was a very sad thing to not be liked by a girl he liked, but the sky did not fall. He still had to live how he should live. This was something that Chen Pinggan suddenly understood when he returned to Jingjian Pavilion. However, Chen Pinggan would not feel that his sad matter was insignificant after understanding the elegance of so many sword immortals. This made him feel even worse than Chen Pinggan being beaten to a state worse than death at Luopa Mountain's bamboo house. The two kinds of discomfort were different. If the former was endured, then so be it. But the latter's discomfort was like a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even a lifetime might not be able to endure it. The strangest thing was that Chen Pinggan would feel even worse when he thought that one day, he would fall in love with another girl. The books said that drinking to drown one's sorrows would only make one more sorrowful. That was why he was so scared that he did not dare to drink. Unknowingly, from Chen Pinggan's lead at the beginning to the woman's lengthy description and explanation, the two naturally did not feel that there was anything wrong. Then, Chen Pinggan saw that man. He stood at the door of the last room and smiled at him and the woman. The man did not like to talk. When they were walking together, he would occasionally look at Chen Pinggan. After entering the last room and walking to the sword rack next to the dogwood and Yu Huang, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there no portraits of these two? I heard that the owner of the dogwood sword is a very handsome man from the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. He carefully glanced at the man beside him. "Don't knock over the vinegar jar." He did not expect the man to immediately return the look. The mistress of Yu Huang is also a rare beauty. Chen Pinggan immediately felt injustice for the woman. So what if the woman was joking? As a man, you should be more magnanimous. How can you be so tit for tat? The woman rolled her eyes at her man and smiled at Chen Pinggan. "Thank you for leading me to Jingjian Pavilion this time." Chen Pinggan waved his hand. "It's okay. I like to walk around here myself. I will come again in the next few days." The man narrowed his eyes. "I heard that there is a little fool in Jingjian Pavilion who likes to wipe the saliva on these two swords and the sword rack. Could it be you?" Chen Pinggan did not want to complicate matters. He pretended to be at a loss and waved his hand. "No, no. How can I be so stupid?" The woman secretly stepped on the man's foot and then said to Chen Pinggan, "We are leaving. Do you want to leave with us?" The man suddenly asked, "I see that you also like to drink. Do you want to drink? I know a good place to drink. It's cheap and good. I won't call anyone I don't know." Chen Pinggan shook his head. The man said in annoyance, "If I invite you to drink, then drink. Why are you afraid of bad people in inverted Hanging Mountain? Besides, Look at us, husband and wife. Do we look like people who would covet your broken sword and broken blade strengthening gourd? Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. This man was a little too straightforward. The man was kicked by the woman again. The latter complained, who said that he hates people who urge him to drink the most. The man did not dare to argue with his wife. He glared at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan then smiled at the woman. The man became more and more annoyed, but he was already dragged to the door by the woman. The three of them walked out of Jingjian Pavilion and down the steps. The man held back for a long time and asked, "You really don't want to drink?" All the drunkards and wine immortals in vast heaven want to drink the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. It is said that it is a unique wine brewing method left behind by the Confucian sage of rites. There is no such shop after this village. Kid, think carefully before you answer me. Chen Pinggan looked down at the blade-strengthening gourd. There was not much Osman thus wine left in it. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Kid, with your wishy-washy temper, it will be difficult for you to find a wife." This knife stabbed Chen Pinggan's heart. He thought to himself, "I'm just too wishy-washy. Now, I'm like a lonely ghost, wandering around inverted hanging mountain in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I might be taking a stroll with Lady Ning to enjoy the scenery." Chen Pinggan snorted coldly, "I don't want to drink. If I don't have a wife, then I don't have a wife." This was rare for Chen Pinggan to lose his temper. Chen Pinggan shifted his line of sight to the woman. His expression was much better. He cupped his fists and said, "Madam, we will meet again someday." The young woman smiled and said, "You should try the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. Even ordinary chi refinement warriors of pure jade state can't get a cup of it. We have some relationship with the shopkeeper over there. That is why we can enter the wine shop. If you really like to drink, don't miss it. Yes, even if you don't like to drink, it is best not to miss it." Chen Pinggan was a little hesitant. The man began to complain. "Look, you are so wishy-washy. Can you like it? Anyway, I don't really like it." Chen Pinggan's face darkened. He thought to himself, "What do I want you to like it for?" In fact, Chen Pinggan was like a drunkard tonight. His temper was really not good. After all, even a clay bodhisattva had a temper. The woman ignored the petty man. She patted the young man's shoulder and joked, "Come, let's drink together. I can tell that you have something on your mind. When we drink, don't care about what this guy is nagging about. Just drink your own wine. The world is big, but the wine cup is the biggest. The mountain is high and the water is far, but the wine is the deepest." Chen Pinggan scratched his head and followed the woman. The man followed behind the two. He looked back at Jingjian Court and the corner of his mouth twitched. A Daoist nun from inverted hanging mountain who was in charge of guarding Jingjian Court was thrown out of Jingjian Court. She came to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak and wept in front of the little Daoist child who was flipping through books. She complained about the man's crimes to her master. The little Daoist child listened to the angry words of the Daoist nun absent-mindedly and asked, "You still don't know who he is, right?" The Daoist nun of Golden Core Realm shook her head blankly. The little Daoist child nodded. "Then the ignorant are innocent. You can go." The Daoist nun became more and more confused. The man holding a sword on the hitching post behind her gloated, "It's the teacher's fault for not teaching strictly." The little Daoist child said angrily, "Bullshit, this is what the Confucian school says. My school has never advocated this. Since when is being a human and cultivating Tao not a matter of one's own?" The Daoist nun was so scared that she trembled. She stayed where she was and lowered her eyes, not daring to move at all. The man holding the sword did not stop while he was ahead. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, "No wonder the portrait of your Daoist ancestor is hung so high in the fragrant brothel. It's thousands of miles away from your three masters." The little Daoist child jumped up. "Are you looking for a beating?" The man holding the sword laughed. "Fortunately, you didn't say you're looking for a beating. Otherwise, I would have criticized you for talking nonsense. I don't have any other good points. Just like Alliance said, I'm a straightforward person. So, when it comes to flattering and exposing people's shortcomings, Alliance said that I'm one of the best at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The little Daoist child was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She put her hands behind her back and spun around on the large praying mat. She muttered to herself, "Do you think you're the Alliance here? You're just a refugee born and raised there. If it wasn't for my master's warning to be kind to others, I would have beaten you until you're unrecognizable today. I don't care if you're suppressed by the heavens and earth here and dropped half a realm. So what if I won with an unfair advantage? I'll beat you until you don't dare to show your face for a year. That'll be satisfying. I'll beat you until you're like that senior brother on the lonely peak. I've disliked you for many years now." The Daoist nun who wanted her master to back her up was filled with regret when she saw her master, who was angry for the first time. She should not have made this trip. Especially after her master accidentally revealed some heavenly secrets, the Daoist nun felt that her days in the inverted hanging mountain would be very difficult. That martial uncle of hers, the heavenly monarch who oversaw the central peak, might not be bothered with her. However, his eldest disciple, that true monarch flood dragon who held a horsetail whisk in his hand and was now the third in command of the inverted hanging mountain, was famous for being respectful to his master. He would definitely make her life difficult for him until the end of time. He definitely would. The Daoist nun wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he end up with such a Shazuan who never protected his children? On the street outside the Jingjian Pavilion, Chen Pinggan was baffled. After walking around the Jingjian Pavilion with the woman, he was baffled as to why he followed the two of them to a wine shop to drink some worry-free wine. Occasionally, he would be absent-minded or asked a question by the woman. After what seemed like a long time but also like less than half an hour, the three of them arrived at a wine shop that was not closed yet. However, the business was very quiet and there was not a single customer in the shop. There was only a young waiter who was napping on the wine table and an old man who was playing with a caged bird behind the counter. The old shopkeeper glanced at the couple. Rare guests, rare guests. This wine must be taken out. Then, he glanced at the young swordsman behind the two of them and frowned. However, he sighed and did not say anything. It was as if he was turning a blind eye because of their relationship. Then, the old man shouted at the lazy waiter, "Shu Jiao, sleep, sleep, sleep. Why don't you just sleep to death? There are guests. Go get a jar of wine." The young man named Shu Jiao suddenly woke up. He wiped his saliva and stood up weakly. He bent over to get a jar of wine and placed it on the table of the three of them. He yawned and said, "Guests, drink slowly. As usual, there is no food in this shop." The woman nodded her head in greeting. Then, she smiled at Chen Pinggan who was sitting opposite her and said, "There was a very powerful monk who once wandered here and drank the worry-free wine. He praised it endlessly and said, 'Only this wine can break the Buddha in my heart.'" The old shopkeeper smiled and said, "That's right. The old monk is really powerful. I'm afraid that even if Alliance slashed a few times, he would not be able to break that monk's abbot world." In the end, he still wanted to say that his wine was the best in the world. However, when Chen Pinggan heard others mention Alliance in the inverted mountain, he was still very happy. Therefore, this time, he really wanted to drink some wine. In the end, the old man slammed the counter and said angrily, "Damn it. Whenever Alliance is mentioned, I get angry. He owes me more than 20 jars of wine. He is the only one in the world who owes me money." Back then, Chen Chunan from the Hassa continent, the female martial god not long ago, and those old things from the 100 schools of thought even earlier, who dares to owe me money for wine? Let's talk about that scholar from the Central Plains. When he was at his lowest, he had not yet made a name for himself. He was just a small chi refinement warrior of the sea-viewing realm. He had hundreds of poems about wine. What wine competition? My wine competition is my wine competition. However, he came and went 3 times and only owed me a total of 4 to 5 jars of wine. Alliance has sinned and I have suffered. The woman winked at Chen Pinggan, as if to say that the old man had such a temper. Let him say whatever he wants and ignore him. The young man said unhappily, "Old man, can you not mention Alliance anymore? Miss has not returned to the inverted mountain because of him." I miss her so much. The old man's voice suddenly became much softer. He muttered, that kind of heartless girl, it's better to leave her outside to harm others. He opened the wine jar and poured a bowl of wine into 3 big white bowls. Just like what his wife said, he hated people who urged him to drink the most. He said bluntly, after this, if you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Chen Pinggan carefully took a small sip. It did not have much taste. It was slightly stronger than the Osmanthus wine, but it was not to the extent of burning a knife and breaking the intestines. Chen Pinggan took 2 more small sips. There was still no reaction from his throat and stomach. He was completely relieved. He reckoned that there was something special about this forget wine and not in the taste. After 2 big bowls of wine for each person, the jar of wine was empty. The woman turned to the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked for an extra jug. The old shopkeeper looked at the smiling woman and sighed. He personally went to get an extra jug and gently placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. These 3 jugs of wine are all on me. It's not on the bill. Chen Pinggan drank until his face was flushed red. However, his mind was clear and he did not seem to be drunk or drunk. However, he could clearly feel that kind of tipsy state he was in. After drinking the wine, he wanted to say more. Just like those drunken burps, it was nothing to hold it in. However, it was better to spit it out. At first, it was the man who buried his head in the wine. Otherwise, he would look out of the shop and wander thousands of miles. The woman seemed to like chatting with Chen Pinggan. She talked about Chen Pinggan's hometown and the 2 trips they took. Since Chen Pinggan was not drunk, he only picked those people and things that he could talk about. Later on, they somehow talked about that lady. Chen Pinggan, who had made up his mind to stop drinking after 4 big bowls of wine, silently poured himself a bowl of wine. He still did not talk about the sword. He just said that he had something to do and had to leave his hometown. He came to the inverted hanging mountain and happened to know a lady. Her home was on the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then, the 2 of them met. It was that simple. The woman smiled and said, "Then you walked a long way." Chen Pinggan held the bowl and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "Not far. I thought that with every step I took, I would be closer." The man sneered, "How long have you known that lady? How long have you been together? You keep saying that you like her. Isn't that a little too frivolous?" Chen Pinggan did not know how to refute. He only said unhappily, "I can't control who I like. If you think it's frivolous, then go ahead. I don't care." The man snorted. He was probably hurt by Chen Pinggan's words. Most importantly, the young man said it very sincerely. No one knew if the rumors on the mountain were true or not. After drinking the Forget Worries wine, one would be a true person. The woman comforted, "Then you were rejected by the lady. Don't be discouraged. Have you ever heard that some people are destined to meet each other, and it's right? If you can still meet each other again, that would be the best." Chen Pinggan drank a big mouthful of wine. His eyes were hazy from the alcohol, but his eyes were clear like a stream. Happiness, sadness, regret, joy, they were all flowing cleanly. The young man shook his head and laughed. "If you like someone, you have to make her happy. If you feel that the person you like must be with you, is that still liking her?" At this point, the young man's tears flowed down. "But that's just what I say. Actually, I'm about to die from sadness. I actually want the entire inverted hanging mountain, the entire world, to know that I like that lady. Then I only hope that there's only one lady in the world who likes me." At the end, Chen Pinggan was really drunk. He even forgot to drink a few big bowls of wine. His head was on the table as he muttered. He even forgot how he quarreled with the man and even fought with him. It was like a dream but not a dream. While he was awake but not asleep, he seemed to have risen from the 4th realm to the 7th realm in a fit of anger. From then on, he had no fate with the strongest 4th realm of martial arts. The woman seemed to have asked him if it was worth it to give up his martial arts future just to stand up for a lady's parents. "How are you going to become the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the great sword immortal?" Chen Pinggan's answer at the time was, "Liking a lady is not just a matter of words. If I didn't do what I did today, if you were Ning Yao's parents, do you think that I, Chen Pinggan, would give up something important for your daughter when I'm really rich, have a high cultivation level, and really become a great sword immortal? No. That kind of liking is actually not that much. It must have been a lie from the start. Chen Pinggan could no longer remember all of this. The old shopkeeper's expression was calm. He was used to seeing all kinds of people in the world for thousands of years. The young man's shop assistant watched with great interest. In the end, Chen Pinggan was completely drunk. The man looked at the young man and drank a mouthful of wine. I still don't like this kid. He's a blockhead, stupid, boring, not romantic enough, not magnanimous enough. His aptitude is passable, but his temperament is sloppy. One look and you can tell that he's stubborn. If he quarrels with our daughter in the future and neither of us is willing to take a step back, what should we do? With our daughter's temperament, will she admit her mistake? The woman smiled and said, admit her mistake. You also know that it's most likely our daughter's fault first. You know that the young man will always give in to her. The man felt a little guilty and resentfully stopped talking. The woman suddenly smiled and said, I remember. Previously you said that the child wasn't romantic enough. Is it the romantic of a scholar or the romantic of galloping through a field of flowers? Hidden murderous intent. The man had a flash of inspiration and greatly admired himself. He picked up the wine bowl and said boldly, it's the romantic of carving words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The woman smiled. The man laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. Actually, this silly boy is quite good. Our daughter really needs to find someone like him. The woman smiled warmly and looked out of the shop. She muttered to herself for no reason, I'm sorry. The man beside her, her daughter Ning Yao, the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the vast world. She was sorry for the woman. After Chen Pinggan got drunk and passed out, the camouflage that the man and the woman had used had all disappeared. The girl that Chen Pinggan liked was like him and also like her. The man sitting beside her gently held the woman's hand. We only let our daughter down. We don't let anyone else down. The man suddenly smiled brightly and looked at Chen Pinggan. Our daughter's taste is very impressive. The woman smiled and nodded. Follow me. The man suddenly said helplessly, this silly girl. Is it that difficult to say that sentence? The woman nodded and said, of course it's very difficult. Which man who likes another girl hopes that the young man who likes him will fall in love with a girl who will die on the battlefield? The man touched his forehead. It's over. I'm going to die. The Great Wall of Sword Chi, on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. She lay there and said softly, Chen Pinggan, listen to me. It's not that I don't like you. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version reading website. 273. The early morning sunlight spilled into the wine shop. The old shopkeeper was currently whistling to tease the caged sparrow. The little sparrow was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the mountains. The old man, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. He did his best to show off his skills and whistled smoothly. The young man's shop assistant was diligently cleaning the room, making the originally spotless tables and stools even cleaner. From time to time, he would exhale and carefully wipe it with his sleeve. His whole person was brimming with a satisfied expression. It seemed that for the young man who sold wine on the upside-down mountain, cleaning up a room was the greatest happiness in the world. Chen Pinggan, who was lying on the wine table, slowly woke up. He didn't have the splitting headache of being dead drunk, but his entire body was in a trance. He sat there blankly, trying to remember what happened last night, but he couldn't remember anything at all. He only remembered that he promised that couple to drink the forget sorrow wine that even cultivators at the unpolished jade stage could rarely drink. Who the couple were, what he talked to them about, when they left, he forgot everything. He clearly said that it was the forget sorrow wine, but what did he forget? On the contrary, Chen Pinggan felt even more worried. He always felt that there was a faint sadness lingering in his heart, which could not be removed. It was like a yellow sparrow stopped at the yellow window of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley at dawn, chirping, somewhat disturbing one's sleep, but unwilling to chase it away. Chen Pingan looked around and saw the young man who was working hard in the shop, and the leisurely old shopkeeper. Chen Pingan asked tentatively, "Pay the bill?" The young man who was squatting on the ground and wiping a table leg grinned, not saying anything. The old man smiled and said, "You drank a total of 4 jars of wine, 3 of which were given by me. Kid, you really have to pay the bill for the remaining jar." Chen Pingan asked, "How much?" The old man laughed, "Money? If you really have to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine, then it's a bit too much." The young man who was called Shu Jiao by the shopkeeper laughed. "Last night, there was a rich young master from the Snow Mountain continent who came to buy a jar of Forget Sorrow wine. The shopkeeper was not willing to sell, saying that it was not a matter of money. The young man pestered and insisted on asking for the price. In the end, when he asked for the price, he was scared silly and sat outside the door in a daze for the whole night. He probably still hasn't given up." Chen Pingan asked, "Liu Yuju?" The old man nodded. "It's this young man, the future head of the Snow Mountain continent's Liu clan. He is known as the child of many treasures. He has an abbot's item that contains many magic treasures. Because of the Yuan Wan residence, the entire Hanging Mountain knows of this rich young master's name. There was once when he was training with someone in the central divine continent. There were 7 people in the group. When they encountered a strong enemy, the young man took out 7 high-grade magic treasures in one go and made himself look like a tortoise shell. Not to mention the saint's name rune, he wore 2 of the deity armor. The other 7 relied on this to kill an earth immortal yin item that was 2 realms higher than them. Obviously, in the eyes of the old shopkeeper, this young man was worth a few more words. He laughed and said, "Such an interesting young man. Even I almost could not resist giving him a bowl of yellow millet wine to drink." Chen Pingan was a bit embarrassed. Liu Yuju was so afraid of death. Chen Pingan was a bit nervous. "Old mister, how do I pay the bill?" The old man thought for a while. "I haven't thought of how to pay the bill yet. I'll look for you when I remember." Chen Pingan's heart was in a mess. The old man laughed. "It's also possible that I won't remember even after you've lived through this lifetime. So don't be afraid." Chen Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Pingan stood up and was about to leave the wine shop when the old man asked, "Young man, there's still half a jar of yellow millet wine left. Aren't you going to drink it before you leave?" Chen Pingan reached out and shook the wine jar. There was indeed half a jar left. He asked doubtfully, "Can't I take it away?" The old man shook his head. "If you take it away, you won't be able to forget your worries. It's worse than ordinary wine. It's a waste of natural resources. I advise you not to do such a stupid thing. This wine has some tricks. Actually, it's a big waste for the couple to treat you to it now. The later you drink it, the better. However, it's hard to find the best in this world. Just muddle through. It's fine as long as it's good." Chen Pingan sat down again and asked curiously, "Isn't it called Forget Worries wine? Why does the shopkeeper always call it yellow millet wine?" The young man named Shu Jiao widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "You don't know where this is?" Chen Pingan was even more puzzled. "Isn't this an inverted mountain?" Shu Jiao grinned. "Then you should have heard of Yellow Millet Blessed Land, right?" Chen Pingan still shook his head. The old man helped Chen Pingan out of his predicament. "It's normal that you don't know. This blessed land is in the same situation as your hometown's Pearl Grotto Heaven. It's destroyed." Shu Jiao hurriedly threw away the rag and said anxiously, Shopkeeper, let me continue. Miss said that I was especially handsome when I was telling this part." The old man chuckled. "Either my daughter is blind or she's drunk and talking nonsense. Which do you think is more likely?" "Miss is doing well." Shu Jiao coughed to moisten his throat and said seriously, "Now, there are only a few ruins left in Yellow Millet Blessed Land. In the early years, when Yellow Millet Blessed Land was at its peak, all the frustrated people in the world would go there. It was very lively, beautiful women, good wine, and good dreams were all available in this blessed land. Moreover, it was guaranteed to suit one's desires. This was the rarest place, as it could reflect one's Tao heart. Many cultivators in the unpolished jade stage who barely made it to the upper 5 realms were lucky enough to break through to the upper 5 realms. In fact, they used many secret methods and unorthodox methods, so they would specially make a trip to this shop on inverted hanging mountain. First, they would peel off one's soul and one's spirit to stay awake. Then, they would drink a jar of forget worries wine and reveal their true feelings. Shu Jiao was speaking with a cadence when the old man impatiently said, "Stop, stop. Flipping through an old history book again and again, aren't you afraid of ruining it?" In short, now yellow millet blessed land is only as big as our shop. Chen Pinggan poured a bowl of wine and looked left and right. He was unable to link a blessed land to a shop. There was actually a blessed land in Aquarius continent, Clear Pool Blessed Land, which was controlled by a continent's orthodoxy, Shinyaro sect. It was said that Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect's Jiang clan also controlled a cloud cave blessed land. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine and asked, "Old mister, I didn't act crazy when I was drunk yesterday, right? And what about that couple?" The old man asked back, "You don't remember?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. The old man laughed, "You don't even remember, why should an outsider like me remember?" Chen Pinggan could not refute and drank silently. He still could not tell the difference between good and bad. He just felt that it was easy to drink. The old man thought of something and pointed to a wall and said to Chen Pinggan, "Do you see that wall? Anyone who can sit down and drink can go over there and write a poem, or write a few sentences." Shu Jiao spoke in an old and experienced tone, "After drinking, one is to die drunk, and spend the rest of their lives in the wine jar, and until they die, they will not be able to sober up. The other is to be completely sober, and see through life, even before one's life is over, they will have tasted the taste of a few lives. I feel that the things written by these two types of people will be extremely interesting. Customer, do you want to try?" The old man laughed angrily, "Forget it, my teeth are about to fall out because of you, you are just a big fart, and all you think about is imitating Alliance, aren't you ashamed?" Shu Jiao spoke confidently, "Young miss likes Alliance so much, if I don't learn from him, who will I learn from?" The old man sighed, "Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die. You have seen so many drunkards and heard so many drunken words, and you still can't understand this logic?" Shu Jiao chuckled, "I learned from Alliance, but not from you." The old man threw a wine cup over, "You only know how to talk nonsense with me all day long." Shu Jiao gently caught the wine cup, and after throwing it back to the old man, he quickly jogged over to Chen Pinggan to get a pen, leave some mementos on it. Chen Pinggan put down the wine bowl and said helplessly, "My handwriting is really bad." Shu Jiao rolled his eyes, "Can it be worse than Alliance's earthworm crawl? Besides, aren't those famous calligraphers also criticized by their peers as toads crushed by rocks, dead snakes hanging on branches, generals embroidering flowers, and old women wearing armor?" The youth whispered, "I'll tell you the truth, no matter how bad anyone's handwriting is, in front of Alliance's handwriting, they are all as beautiful as fairies. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look yourself." Chen Pinggan did not take the brush for the time being, but he got up and walked towards the wall. From afar, it was just a white wall without any calligraphy. But when he got closer, he found that it was full of poems, sentences, and warnings. It was a dazzling sight. Some people's calligraphy stood out. It was a poem written in cursive that took up a lot of space. It was like a cluster of flowers, competing for beauty, and only one peerless beauty took the limelight. There were also some handwriting that was out of place. The most striking one was a line of large, crooked words. Even Chen Pinggan felt that it was unsightly. The content was even more speechless. "When I think of so many girls waiting for me with infatuation, my conscience hurts a little." The key point was that at the end of the words, there was a smiley face and a thumbs up. There was no doubt that it was Alliance's handwriting. Ordinary people would not have the face to write these words. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter and turned to ask, "Old mister, you kept this too?" The youth who was helping to pick up the brush said sickly, "Firstly, Alliance was shameless. He said that if he erased a word, he would treat it as if he had paid off a jar of wine. Secondly, my family's young mistress especially liked this paragraph. She felt that Alliance was praising her. My family's young mistress even specially used a jar of yellow millet wine to exchange with a novelist's ancestor for a rouge novel. It was written specifically about her and Alliance. Shopkeeper, what's his name again? The old man sneered, lingering sentiments. Shu Jia nodded. Yes, actually, my young mistress also hinted to the novelist's ancestor that the more straightforward and explicit it was, the better. Later, that person probably couldn't bring himself to write, so he wrote more subtly. My young mistress was very unhappy. This time, she ran away from home. She said that she eloped. One of the things she wanted to do was to find trouble with this ancestor. She thought that his writing was bad and that he was a liar fishing for fame. She wanted to spit on his face. Chen Ping'an's gaze scanned the high wall. Finally, he lowered his head and saw a small row of words in a small corner. The words were still written by Alliance, but they were not eye-catching. Small, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay. Finally, Liang smeared the word after little into an ink block. Chen Ping'an asked, "Can I write anything?" Shu Jia handed over the brush and nodded, "Anything is fine. As long as it's written in the blank space, anything is fine." The young waiter didn't forget to remind him, "Sir, don't write something like so-and-so was here. That's too tacky. Even if it's something as shameless as Alliance, it's better than here." Chen Ping'an took the brush and suddenly turned around and ran to the table. He drank a big mouthful of wine before returning to the wall. Half-squatting, he picked up the brush and wrote a small chi character on the ink block after the small character. "Little chi, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." The old man joked, "Words actually don't have much spiritual energy. They're just rules. But when it's beside Alliance's character, it's better. You're cheating. No, you can write something else." Chen Ping'an nodded and began to choose a blank space. But the middle of the wall had a tight structure. If he really wanted to find a gap, it was fine. But he always felt that it would be disrespectful to the predecessors. And those who dared to write in the middle of the wall mostly wrote very well and had a lot of charm. Chen Ping'an really didn't dare to write here. He tried to look to the sides, high or low. Shu Jia reminded him and pointed to two places. There was still a lot of space. One was on the right side of the highest point, and the other was on the left side of the lowest point. Chen Ping'an moved and squatted on the far left. He took a deep breath and wrote 3 words. Before writing, he thought of the many-sword immortals and immortal swords in Jingjian Pavilion. So the 3 words he wrote were Sword Chi Chang. Shu Jia looked at the 3 words. It was really boring. The young man shook his head gently and disagreed. He couldn't help but mutter, "One look and I can tell that he didn't read much." It was rare for the old man to agree with the shop assistant. He nodded and smiled. Also, he didn't drink enough wine. "Hey, dally young man, don't be anxious. Drink a big bowl of wine first. Drink to your heart's content. Write something from the bottom of your heart. It's not as difficult as you think. The 3 jars of wine that I treated you to can write 3 sentences. There's still one last chance." Chen Ping'an had already handed the brush back to Shu Jia. He smiled at the old man. "I'm not writing anymore." The old man didn't care. Immortals leaving behind calligraphy after getting drunk was just a small matter. It was just icing on the cake. Since the young man couldn't write well and wasn't a sword immortal, the old shopkeeper naturally wouldn't force him. Chen Ping'an hesitated and asked, "Sir, can I leave this half jar of wine first? I want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'll drink it when I come back. Is that okay?" Shu Jia shook his head vigorously. "Our wine shop doesn't have such a rule. Once a jar of golden millet wine is opened, you have to drink it in one go. There's no reason to drink it after you leave the shop." The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "It's okay this time." Shu Jia asked anxiously, "Why?" The old man put the birdcage beside him and leaned on the counter. He smiled and said, "I like the saying leave it. It's auspicious and festive." After Chen Ping'an stepped out of the wine shop, he staggered. When he stood still and looked back, the wine shop was gone. It was empty. In the wine shop that had disappeared, the old man opened the birdcage and a little yellow sparrow with a golden beak flew out. However, before it could get close to the words on the wall and check the martial arts fate of a person, it quickly hid in the birdcage. Shu Jiao was stunned. The old man thought for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. He's just a young man from a small continent. Even if he has signs of marriage, it doesn't matter. It's only 100 years. It doesn't matter if I check it or not." Shu Jiao glared at the words written on the top of the wall. Most people wrote from top to bottom. In the past 100 years, after Alliance, there was a female customer not long ago. She was the second person to write horizontally. After that, the little yellow sparrow was so scared that it fluttered around. In the end, it didn't recover for a long time, as if it was seriously ill. Shu Jiao couldn't help but complain, "It's all because of that female martial god. Her martial arts fate was too strong. Her momentum was too scary." The old man looked at the poor little yellow sparrow lovingly and murmured, "It's been hard on you." There was a pair of strange sparrows in the world that could peck at literary and martial arts fate. It was said that the male sparrow was caught by Lu Chen, the leader of the Taoist branch, and the female sparrow was raised by the ancestor of the miscellaneous school. Chen Pinggan walked in a secluded alley. Although he was drunk, Chen Pinggan suddenly understood one thing after he walked out of the shop. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the little Osmanthus wine left. He murmured while drinking, "Miss Ning probably doesn't like you anymore. Otherwise, how could she pretend to forget that she promised to give you the scabbard in the Pearl Cave? Chen Pinggan, you're really unlucky. Miss Ning doesn't like you or not. It's a matter of whether she hates you or not." Thinking of this, the young man found joy in his misery. He was a little relieved that he didn't waste his time in the Jianghu. However, he still decided to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in person. He kept telling himself that he just wanted to take a look at the words engraved on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the worst-case scenario, he would accidentally bump into a certain girl at a certain place and time and greet her with a smile. However, Chen Pinggan wasn't sure which was more appropriate between the opening remarks of "What a coincidence" and "You're here too." Chen Pinggan thought carefully. He didn't even notice that there was a girl who was about to die of anger behind him. She was wearing a dark green robe. 274. When she couldn't help but kick Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan disappeared into thin air. It was as if someone had pulled her into another world. She felt empty all of a sudden. Her vision and heart were both empty. Then she was filled with anger. Just as she was about to slash out with her sword in an attempt to follow Chen Pinggan's footsteps, she suddenly blushed. It was as if she had heard someone speak. "Oh," she said, then gave a cold harumph in the direction where Chen Pinggan had disappeared. Then she flew all the way to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak. Seeing this unruly fellow again, the little Daoist boy was about to explode in anger. He slammed the book in his hand and jumped up from the futon, scolding, "Little girl, do you really think the inverted hanging mountain is your house?" He had come and gone as he pleased. This was the third time. Even the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi may not be able to come once in their lifetime. But you, twice in one day. The man holding the sword yawned, "Hit her if you have the ability." The little Taoist boy said angrily, "Do you really think I don't dare? If I didn't pity her background, I would have punched her." The heroic girl walked through the mirror door expressionlessly. She leaned back slightly and turned her head. "Why do you pity me? I don't know you well." The little Taoist boy always felt that the girl's words were unreasonable, but also seemed to be reasonable. The man holding the sword laughed at the hitching post. At the same door of the inverted hanging mountain wine shop, Chen Pinggan left the shop and came to a secluded alley. Liu Yuju was squatting under an old pagoda tree outside the high wall of a courtyard, counting ants in boredom. The old woman of the earth immortal quietly waited at the side, not disturbing her young master's days. The sky was turning bright. Liu Yuju stood up with bright eyes and turned to the old woman who seemed to be asking for credit. "I finally understand. The ants that grew up in the inverted mountain are no different from the ants in the market." The old woman was used to the young man's imagination. She smiled and nodded gently. Liu Yuju glanced at the old pagoda tree. He was not very interested. I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. I still feel bad for the New Year's money that I saved up for so many years. The old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the young master would be impulsive and sell everything he had to buy a jar of daylily wine. It was meaningless for a Qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms to drink this daylily wine. No matter how rich the Liu clan was, they should not be so extravagant. By then, the young master was destined not to be punished. Perhaps the family head and the elders would grit their teeth and squeeze out a smile, praising him for being a descendant of the Liu clan. He had the demeanor of a general. She would definitely be reprimanded. She wasn't blaming the young man because of this, but she thought that the young man was better. With so much New Year's money, wouldn't it be good to buy a half-immortal weapon? Why squabble with a jar of wine? Liu Yuju began to return home. He suddenly asked, "Granny Liu, do you think Auntie Liu has returned from the northernmost ice field?" When the young man mentioned Auntie Liu, the old woman's wrinkled face immediately brimmed with pride. She should have returned. If she's lucky, this wretched lass might have already reached the 9th realm of martial arts. Young master, according to the agreement, she can bring you to the northern ice field to travel and kill big demons. Liu Yuju still had the temperament of a young man. His words were somewhat childish. What's the point of reaching the 9th realm so quickly? My father said that Auntie Liu's martial arts is the strongest 8th realm. It's very significant and is not inferior to ordinary masters who are at the 10th realm. My father has advised Auntie Liu to not break through the realm casually unless she has no other choice. The old woman laughed softly. Of course, the family head has good intentions. However, one shouldn't go to extremes. If one can successfully break through the realm and forcefully suppress it, it's not good for a pure martial artist. I'm afraid that one will lose all possibility of reaching beyond the 10th realm. Of course, it's fine for ordinary geniuses. To be able to reach the 10th realm is already an extravagant hope. However, your Auntie Liu is different. Liu Yuju had never been interested in matters that involved the fundamentals of the Great Tao. Instead, he was thinking about the least important matters. He sighed. Auntie Liu is really something. Every day she shouts about where the good men in the world have died. She also likes to ask me if I've met a good man. I'm a big man. How can I answer her? But my father has introduced so many young talents to her in the Snow-White continent. I don't see Auntie Liu being moved by any of them. It's really a headache. Liu Youzhou's thoughts were like the antelope's horn. He then asked a question that made the old woman laugh. If one day the demon army drowns the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what will happen to the inverted mountain? The ants under the tree crawl so slowly. When the time comes, won't it be too late to move? The old woman's expression was kind and gentle as she said, "Young master, how many years has it been since the Great Wall of Sword Qi stood tall and strong? In the world next door, the demon race would start a war almost every 100 years. For so many years, how many corpses have been left at the foot of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Haven't they returned empty-handed every time? Some powerful demons would at most stay on the city wall for a while. In the end, they would be chased down by some old sword immortals." Liu Yuju made an "oh" sound, but then jumped back to his own thoughts. He couldn't extricate himself and said worriedly, "Our Yuan Ravager mansion is worse than an ant's nest. There's no way to move it. Fortunately, the Snow-White continent is the furthest away from the inverted mountain. Sigh, the Po-Suo continent is a bit miserable. When the time comes, there will be smoke for thousands of miles. I don't know if the elder of the Mellow Chen clan who can carry the sun and the moon can turn the tide and stop the demon clan from entering the land." The old woman was amused by the young master's groundless worries. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. Our Snow-White continent and the inverted mountain are not only separated by the South Po continent, but also the Central Divine continent, which is inferior to the 8 continents combined. What are you worried about, young master?" Liu Yuju murmured, "I'm not worried about the safety of the Snow-White continent. I just feel that many people will die in a war, and I feel a bit uncomfortable. The Po-Suo continent at least has the #1 disciple of the quasi-sage overseeing it. But the southeast Tongyi continent that we visited, and the Fuyao continent that we're about to visit, it seems that there are no particularly powerful people that we can bring out. The old woman was still laughing. Young master, you can't compare everyone with your father. A chi refinement warrior who is inferior to our family head is not powerful. There's no such thing. The richest person in the Snow White continent and the strongest chi refinement warrior in the Snow White continent were the same person. Liu Yozhou's father. This man had a higher cultivation and stronger combat strength than any other elder in the history of the Liu clan. The most terrifying thing was that the people of the Snow White continent were valiant and their immortal masters were warlike. No one had ever been able to successfully test this man's ultimate strength. This man had a well-known saying on the mountain: if something can be solved with immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons, then there's no need to use fists and feet, right? Liu Yuzhu seemed to have some complaints about his father. What's so good about having a group of wives and concubines? Even if the old woman was beaten to death, she would not dare to comment on the good or bad of this family head. It was one thing for the family head to have a good temper, but it was another thing if the servants did not know the rules. The Liu clan had a tight grip on the mountain range of snowflake money and jade mines. A tall tree attracts the wind. Every year, there were many servants who died because of this. There were also many members of the Liu clan who died suddenly. At this moment, Liu Yuzhu was wearing a bright yellow bamboo robe, cool and refreshing. This was once a treasure that the great dynasty's emperor was fond of, and was hailed as a small grotto heaven. And the other bamboo robe, summer shelter, which was put together by the Snow White continent's Liu clan, had the reputation of a small blessed land. Liu Yuzhu liked to wear them alternately. It was comfortable to wear, and it was not ostentatious. Otherwise, those Daoist talismans' robes and deity's armor would be too eye-catching. Wasn't this clearly telling people that he was rich? He was rich, but he did not like to say it. Besides, actually, he, Liu Yuzhu, was not really rich. Wasn't it because he could not bear to buy a jar of carefree wine last night? Liu Yuzhu sighed. Granny Liu, I really can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old woman's tone was firm. The family head has instructed that you are not allowed to go. Liu Yuzhu asked a very direct question. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Chi is still the world's convicts and refugees. Their relationship with us is actually not as good as imagined. There are many dirty things in the inverted hanging mountain. They have been fighting with the demon race for so long. Didn't anyone betray the Great Wall of Sword Chi and seek refuge with the demon race in a fit of anger? The old woman thought for a while. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has those old sword immortals and experts from the 3 sects watching over it. There shouldn't be any big trouble. However, there will definitely be such people. I think the Great Wall of Sword Chi is unwilling to publicize their family's dirty linen. Young master, actually you don't have to be too concerned about the situation over there. According to the intelligence from the Yuan Wan residents, this generation of young sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Chi have especially good aptitudes. Moreover, it's not just a few of them. They are like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They are almost comparable to the sword immortals from 3,000 years ago. That generation was really powerful. They suppressed the demon race to the point that they did not dare to provoke the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 800 years. Many demons have never seen the wall in their entire lives. Therefore, in my opinion, the inverted hanging mountain will be prosperous and peaceful for the next few hundred years. The young man was a little sad and muttered, but the main source of our Liu family's income is the wealth of the dead. The old woman wanted to remind the young master to be careful with his words in the inverted hanging mountain. However, when she saw the young man's disappointed face, she could not bear to do so. A steward from the Yuan Wan residence appeared in front of the two. There were 2 carriages parked by the roadside. The old steward said softly, "Young master, an important guest has arrived." Liu Yuzhu nodded and boarded one of the carriages. When they arrived at the Yuan Wan residence, Liu Yuzhu saw a cultured man and a tall lady. The middle-aged man with a scholarly aura was admiring a hanging painting while the lady was sitting there drinking tea. The man seemed to be an expert in calligraphy and painting. He praised, "I never thought that this rickety old lotus painting was the real deal. It is indeed a powerful and upright painting. Just in terms of drawing lotuses, there hasn't been such a person in the past 500 years. On the way here, the steward was cautious and did not tell Liu Yuju who it was. It was only when they crossed the threshold of the Yuan residence that he whispered to Liu Yuju that it was the emperor of the Great Duan dynasty and the imperial tutor of the Central Plains. Liu Yuju bowed with his hands clasped. Liu Yuju greets His Majesty and the imperial tutor. The man turned his head and smiled at the youth. This time, I took advantage of the fact that the imperial tutor needed to use the little lazy to temper his sword. That was why I was able to take a break from my busy schedule and come to the inverted hanging mountain to take a breather. Originally, I didn't want to disturb the Yuan residence. However, I heard that young Master Liu was also in the inverted hanging mountain, so I wanted to come and ask for a cup of tea. Liu Yuju bowed again. His Majesty is too courteous. Great Duan was one of the newest 9 great dynasties. After annexing more than half of the territory of an old dynasty, the new Great Duan had many things to do. Logically speaking, the emperor and the imperial tutor shouldn't have left the court. However, these secrets weren't something Liu Yuju could speculate about at the moment. As for why the Great Duan emperor was willing to give face to the Yuan residence, Liu Yuju was very clear about it. Great Duan was able to destroy one of the 9 great dynasties, the Taishan dynasty. A war that involved countless forces lasted for nearly 10 years. Great Duan forcefully destroyed the Taishan Xie clan. The Liu clan of the Snowy Mountain continent, or rather, his father's moneybag, contributed greatly. Liu Yuju straightened his back and bowed to the imperial tutor, the Great Duan woman. This young one has admired the imperial tutor for a long time. Actually, the Liu clan was one of the benefactors of the Great Duan dynasty. As the future head of the Liu clan, Liu Yuju didn't need to lower his status. The woman revealed an unprecedented smile and put down the teacup. Your temperament is too different from your father's. That's good. The Great Duan emperor blushed with shame. Was that a compliment? The tall woman smiled and asked, have you been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Liu Yuju didn't even take a seat. He stood respectfully and shook his head, not yet. My father doesn't allow me to go. He's afraid of accidents. The woman thought for a moment, my only disciple is currently training at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If young Master Liu is willing, he can travel with me. There won't be any accidents. The old woman and the old steward of the Yuan residence exchanged glances. They both felt troubled. It wasn't that they felt that the imperial tutor was boasting. It involved the wishes of the head of the clan, and the servants didn't dare to make the decision. Fortunately, Liu Yuju shook his head and declined, it's not good to go against my father. I hope the imperial tutor can forgive me. The tall woman didn't mind and nodded, my disciple will soon leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain. It's good to let him train at the Snowy Mountain continent. If young Master Liu doesn't mind, you can bring him along. Liu Yozhou's expression relaxed, and his tone became lighter. He smiled, I'm more than happy to. After all, he was a youth facing the 5th strongest person in the Central Divine Continent. His father was already invincible in the Snowy Mountain continent, but he said that he was at the bottom of the 10 strongest people in the Central Divine Continent. Seeing the woman stand up, Emperor Duan smiled, I will inform the Yuan residents of the exact time we leave the inverted hanging mountain. There's no need to send us off. We can leave by ourselves. A man and a woman walked out of the Yuan residence. Or more accurately, a man and a woman. Because no matter how one looked at it, the tall woman was Emperor Duan, and the man looked like a retainer. Only then did Liu Yuju sit down. He tugged at the collar of his bamboo clothes, sweating profusely. He glanced at the treasure of the Yuan residence on the wall, the crooked old lotus painting. He instructed the old steward, take it down and pack it well. Send it to Emperor Duan. The old steward had a difficult expression. Liu Yuju smiled brilliantly, listen to me. The old steward nodded silently and followed the order. After the old steward took the painting and left the main hall, the youth looked at the blank wall and smiled. Granny Liu, what do you think of hanging the painting of the youth rowing a boat? The old woman's face was filled with fear. She was about to persuade the youth not to act on impulse. Liu Yuju smiled to himself and said, "I won't hang it here. When I return home, I will hang it in my study room. Let's go. To show my sincerity, I want to paint one myself. Granny Liu, quickly get the servants to serve me with brush and ink." The old woman had a playful expression. The 4 maidservants of the Yuan residence were lovely and moving. 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors of the cave realm. When they looked at the legendary young lord with anticipation and exhausted all his energy to finish the painting, the maidservants became even more lovely and moving. It took them a lot of effort to hold back their laughter. Liu Yuju was rather proud. Although it was ugly, it was full of sincerity. Liu Yozhou's painting was similar to someone's words on the wall of the shop. It was a pity that Liu Yuju could not bear to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine. Otherwise, when he saw those crawling earthworms, he might have a hero's appreciation and regret that he did not meet them sooner. There was a city wall between heaven and earth. There were 18 big words engraved on it. Dao, Haoren, Western Heaven. The sword Qi existed for a long time, in the lightning pool. Qi, Chen, Dong, Meng. After the gambling battle where both sides sent 13 peak experts, the demon race broke the agreement. Not only did they not hand over all the broken swords left behind by the swordsmen at the south of the Great Wall, but they also flew into a rage out of humiliation. They started an attack. However, compared to the desperate attacks before the gambling battle where they exchanged lives for lives, the attacks this time were slightly inferior. It was said that there were many great demons within the demon race who were unwilling to join in the attack. Therefore, the demon race's arrogance was not high. The Great Wall of Sword aura was still the same as before. It was just that there were 18 more words. It originated from this Great Wall. It was once a pass formation jointly created by the sages of the 3 sects. Unless it was completely destroyed in one go, it would be restored to its original state very quickly. If not, no matter how tall the city was or how sturdy the mountain was, it would have been razed to the ground. In the face of the swift and violent attacks of the peak great demons, as well as the fierce attacks of the sword immortals from the past generations on the city wall, the surging sword aura poured everywhere. It was inevitable that the wall would be destroyed. The demon army stationed 100 miles away was so large that they were like a cluster of ants. Recently, they had stopped attacking for more than a month. The Great Wall of Sword aura welcomed a rare peace. Just the horse path at the top of the city was 10 miles wide. There was an old man of unknown age living on the city wall. The old man's descendants had already spread their branches in the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword aura and became one of the largest families. However, the old man had never left the city wall. Year after year, he guarded the city wall. The old man had a strange temper and did not allow his descendants to come and see him. However, he would occasionally smile to some children of other surnames. Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. On the Great Wall of Sword aura, Great Sword Immortal and Old Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was also like heaven and earth. This was because if a sword cultivator wanted to live long on the Great Wall of Sword aura, he could only rely on his combat strength and not his surname. As the oldest person in the Great Wall of Sword aura, this old man had experienced too much and definitely had too many regrets. The most recent regret was probably the biggest in the long life of the old man. The old man regretted that he was unable to participate in the battle due to the rules. That was why he had caused such a pair of immortal juniors to die in such a dishonorable manner. The old man had watched the 2 of them grow up. They grew up year after year and rose through the ranks. In the end, they both became great sword immortals. The old man felt that looking at such young people gave him some hope in life. It made the old man feel that the world would never deteriorate and that there were still good young people. Tonight, the old man sat alone on the city wall with his legs crossed. Apart from his intrinsic flying sword, his other swords had been broken one after another. In the end, he decided not to use them. All the elders and children of the Great Wall of Sword aura were too familiar with this old man. In addition, The old man had a strange temper and did not like to interact with the old man. A few years ago, there was a young man of unknown origins who shamelessly built a small cottage behind the old man's cottage. Recently, every time the diamonds attacked the city, the young man would only guard the old man and his cottage. Otherwise, he would not take action. Actually, no one was harsh on the young man. After all, it was already very difficult for a pure martial artist of the fourth realm to stay on the city wall to eat, drink, and defecate. The old man with sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones sank into his thoughts. If he was not on the city wall but in the vast world on the other side of the inverted mountain, probably no one would believe that this frail old man would be nicknamed Great Sword Immortal by some sloppy guy who had carved the word fierce on him. A couple appeared behind the old man. The old man did not turn his head. He said hoarsely, "You don't have much time left. Do you still need me to do anything? Just tell me. It doesn't involve the direction of the two worlds. It's just your private matter. I don't have to care about the rules. Besides, when I forcefully collected your remnant souls back then, I already broke the rules. Didn't those two old fellows also turn a blind eye to it?" The man gently held the woman's hand and shook his head. "It's already very good." The woman glared at the man and smiled. "Yes." The old man squeezed out a smile. "The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Yes, it's a good thing. It's better than finding a good-for-nothing. Tell me, do you want to give that kid an immortal weapon or do you want me to teach him swordsmanship personally?" The woman hesitated. "It might be more difficult." The thin old man turned his head. "What do you mean?" The man said helplessly, "That kid's longevity bridge was broken." The old man frowned. "We sword cultivators are the best at destroying people's longevity bridges. However, to rebuild a longevity bridge is harder than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there has never been a powerful sword cultivator in history who has ascended to the upper 5 realms. After all, cultivating the Tao is already going against the heavens. If you repair the bridge after breaking it, you'll be hated by the Tao. It's very likely that you'll be targeted. Have you really thought it through? Aren't you afraid of backfiring?" As he said that, the old man smiled. "After all, it isn't easy for others to ascend to the heavens, but it isn't for me." The woman was a little hesitant. She had an argument with the man on this matter. The man felt that he should let nature take its course, so martial path wasn't impossible. As a sword cultivator who had stood at the peak of the mountain, she knew that martial path mountain was lower than chi cultivators. That was a fact and also had a reason. It wasn't that she looked down on the kid's martial path, but the chances of him reaching the peak of the martial path would be even smaller. It was just too small. Moreover, what was a broken path? What was the longevity bridge for chi cultivators? What would happen to their daughter then? The man smiled towards her. "Why don't we just do that? Let the kid head out himself. It's up to him where he can go." The woman still couldn't let it go and asked, "Why don't we help him ask Grandpa Chen for a celestial weapon as our daughter's dowry?" On the Sword Energy Great Wall side, be it young or old, they were used to calling the old man Grandpa Chen. Only 2 people were exceptions. Of course, the person who wore the hat and carried a blade was an exception. The man said angrily, "Let's not talk about whether he can afford an unruly immortal weapon in his life. Let's just talk about how Chen Pingan, as a man, doesn't need this kind of opportunity." The woman interrupted the man's logic. "He is just a teen." The man had nothing to say. Although the old man liked the young couple, he didn't like to listen to their small talk. However, when he heard the teen's name, the old man turned his head and asked, "The teen's surname is Chen?" The woman smiled and said, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" After he drank the golden millet wine, the words he wrote on the wall as he pleased were Sword Aura Chang. The old man smiled as he looked towards the couple. The man waved his hands. "I didn't plan anything, it was natural." The woman nodded her head. Her expression was really calm. She was afraid that this respected old sword celestial would misunderstand that they were scheming against him. The old man was furious. The outcome was catastrophic. The old man casually reached out his hand. He grabbed a teen from the inverted mountain of the vast world and brought him to the top of the city wall. Sword chi and sword intent covered the sky and covered the earth. They were everywhere. It was as if seawater was pouring into his chi palace. He almost suffocated. It was like a small fish that was originally swimming leisurely in the stream had been thrown onto the shore. Moreover, the so-called shore was the kind of dry and cracked muddy ground that was exposed to the sun. A casual struggle and jump would cause the remaining water vapor in the body to disappear without a single drop left. The old man sized up the young man who was suspended in the air above the city wall with a face full of pain. He waved his hand and sent the young man back to where he was hanging upside down on the mountain. He smiled at the confused couple and said, "Isn't this good?" Chen Pinggan wobbled, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Currently, the talisman hidden within the sword sheath was inhabited by the skeletal female ghost that Chen Pinggan had subdued in the beautiful Robes Kingdom. Chen Pinggan had suffered greatly during this long journey, but in fact, she was even more miserable. She had almost completely vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the time was short, and the natural scholar tree mana of the sword sheath was rich with yin energy. It had resisted the majority of the sword energy. At that time, Chen Pinggan, who was suspended in the air, saw a skinny old man, the couple, and a glimpse of the Great Wall's city wall. At the square at the foot of Lonely Peak, a girl with 2 swords at her waist walked out of the mirror. She thought for a moment and slowed down slightly. However, she was still expressionless. She reluctantly took the initiative to greet the dumbstruck little Daoist. "I'm a little more familiar with you this time." "Actually, I'm still not familiar with you," the little Daoist murmured, so lawless. "Doesn't the Great Wall of Sword energy do anything about it?" The man holding the sword looked up at the night sky with only one bright moon and said to himself, "For you, so many people have died. Doesn't the vast world care about it? First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. (275). Chen Pinggan was already dizzy. He had no idea where he was at Inverted Hanging Mountain. There were no tall trees around to allow him to look around. There were only houses and high walls on the street. Chen Pinggan did not dare to stand on the wall. However, it was early in the morning and there were very few pedestrians. There was not a single person who knew about Oriental Bottle Continent. If it were any other time, Jinsu of Stork Inn would definitely be anxious when she thought that he had not returned for an entire night. She might even alert the people on Osmanthus Island who were unloading goods. Chen Pinggan would inevitably be anxious. However, as he strolled on the deserted street today, Chen Pinggan actually felt that he should just walk slowly and let fate take its course. He would just see whatever scenery he could. How could a person not trouble others for everything? There was no need to feel guilty if it happened once or twice. Then, as he walked, Chen Pinggan saw her. Ning Yarrow stood at the end of the street and slowly walked towards Chen Pinggan. She was wearing a dark green robe. If he remembered correctly, it was very similar to the new clothes he bought for her in Pearl Grotto Heaven. It was just right for her to wear. Chen Pinggan jogged forward and stood in front of Ning Yarrow. He blurted out, "What a coincidence." Ning Yarrow twitched the corner of her mouth. Then, she put on a straight face and did not speak. Chen Pinggan said softly, "Originally, I wanted to finish my tour of Inverted Hanging Mountain in the next 2 days and take a look at more shops before deciding to buy a few things from Lingji Zhai. When the time comes, I'll give them to you along with the sword that Master Wan forged." Ning Yarrow said unhappily, "What good things can Lingji shop have? At most, there is that Rui Lingji and a blade strengthening gourd. They are passable, but I have no use for them. Besides, Lingji shop will not sell them. You can't afford them." Chen Pinggan replied with an "oh" and scratched his head. He felt a little regretful. Ning Yarrow hesitated for a moment. She still stubbornly insisted on her own character. For the first time, she said another sentence as if she was explaining, "I don't mean anything else." "Don't think too much." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I won't think too much. My mind is a mess now. Thinking about anything gives me a headache." Ning Yarrow asked, "Does your head hurt when you see me?" Chen Pinggan hurriedly said, "Much better." Ning Yaro asked, "Where do you live? Why are you wandering around like this? Are you trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress?" Chen Pinggan sighed and said, "Last night, I drank the Forget Sorrow wine from Huangliang Blessed Land. As a result, after leaving the shop, I don't know how to get back." The two of them walked casually on the street. Ning Yaro asked, "How can you afford to drink Forget Sorrow?" Chen Pinggan lowered his voice and said, "There was a couple who treated me to a drink. It's a little strange. I was taken to the Great Wall of Sword Chi just now. I clearly saw the two of them on the city wall, but last night, they said that it was their first time visiting the Jingjian Pavilion. However, they were very familiar with the many senior sword immortals. Could it be that it's easy for people from Inverted Hanging Mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but it's difficult the other way around? However, although this matter is strange, I still think that the couple is a good person. It is a good thing that they invited me to drink. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely invite them back." Ning Yaro replied vaguely, "Millimeter." The two of them walked in a quiet alley. The walls on both sides were covered with vines. Ning Yaro was silent the whole time. Chen Pinggan asked, "Miss Ning, you left in a hurry that time. I forgot to ask you if you hate me." Ning Yaro said straightforwardly, "No." Chen Pinggan stopped and subconsciously grabbed the wine gourd. However, he quickly let go of it and looked straight at Ning Yaro. "Miss Ning, then do you like me?" Ning Yaro was silent. Chen Pinggan imitated her actions in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. He stretched out 2 fingers, revealing only a small gap. "This little bit of like, do you?" Ning Yaro did not answer this question. Instead, she asked, "Why do you like me?" Chen Pinggan turned his head and took off the blade-strengthening gourd. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he smiled brightly and said, "This is a long story. I will tell you slowly. No matter what, Miss Ning, you must listen to me. Even if you are angry, don't interrupt me. I am afraid that if I interrupt you, I will never dare to say it again in this life. Miss Ning, you are very beautiful. Before I met you, I had never seen anyone more beautiful than you in Pearl Cave Heaven. Later, when I was recovering in Mud Bottle Alley, you didn't even complain that my house was broken. You also taught me how to read. It was because you helped me explain the Mountain Shaking Fist manual that I started to practice it. That is why I can walk to this inverted mountain today. On the other side of the covered bridge, you lent me the skirt-pressing knife. Then we fought side by side and beat up the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain. We almost died, but we didn't die in the end. How good was that? In the Immortal Tomb, I almost killed Ma Kushuan. We went to the mountains in the west together to help the girl of the Chen family in the Hassa continent find the exemplary tree. Later, you were angry once. You didn't want my help and insisted on boiling the medicine by yourself. I thought you were very cute when you were burning it. You once said that the Great Tao should not be so small. I didn't understand it at that time. This time, I really understood it when I went on a long trip. When you advised me not to be a good person and a child of wealth, I was actually very happy. When you left Pearl Cave Heaven, you had gone so far with those immortals. But you were still willing to return on your sword and say goodbye to me. After you left, I ate the tanghulu that made me drool when I thought about it when I was a child. It was tasteless. After Mr. Chi left, I took Little Treasure Bottle and the others to the Great Sway Kingdom. When I saw beautiful mountains, I thought of Miss Ning's eyebrows. When I saw beautiful water, I thought of Miss Ning's eyes. When I saw beautiful girls on the journey, I thought of Miss Ning. Then, they seemed to become less beautiful. After saying all this in one go, Chen Pinggan began to feel dry in his throat and his face turned red. He felt that the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand weighed tens of thousands of pounds. But Chen Pinggan didn't regret saying so much. Chen Pinggan said in a trembling voice, "Miss Ning, it's my business that I like you. It doesn't matter if you don't like me." Ning Yaro leaned against the wall. The wisteria was still not as beautiful as her. She asked, "If I don't like you, will you like other girls? For example." She thought for a moment, Ronshio? Chen Pinggan looked at her and realized that he liked a very good girl. But she didn't seem to like him very much. It was such a sad thing, but he didn't think it was necessary to be sad. If I can't see you again as long as I like other girls, then I won't like anyone else in my life. I can be thousands of miles away, where you can't see me, and I can punch you 1,000,000 times. But I will still like you. Ning Yarrow rolled her eyes. Am I that unreasonable? Chen Pinggan was stunned. Then Ning Yarrow said resolutely, yes, I'm that unreasonable. She suddenly laughed, full of childish pride. When she laughed, her eyebrows became more picturesque and lively. She crossed her arms. Who told a fool to like me? Then she took 2 steps forward and hugged the Dali boy, murmuring, Chen Pinggan, I like you as much as you like me. She actually wanted to tell him that this was their first reunion. I don't like you. But it was so difficult. She let go of him, her eyes slightly red. She had the rare annoyance and shyness of Ning Yarrow's life. Why are you so stupid? Chen Pinggan said blankly, how can you really like me? Chen Pinggan was the same as Liu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden. When you like a girl, you will like her so much that you think that the girl will never like you in this life, and you won't feel wronged. Ning Yarrow finally recovered a little. Her eyebrows flew up like the sharpest flying sword in the world. Do I, Ning Yarrow, need a reason to like someone? In fact, there were many reasons. It was just that she was too embarrassed to say it. She was a girl after all, not a thick-skinned person like Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan suddenly hugged Ning Yarrow as if aided by the gods. Ning Yarrow's face was crimson. She curled her lips and didn't struggle. Instead, she quietly raised a hand and gently pinched Chen Pinggan's lapel. In the small alley of the Hanging Mountain, the young man and girl quietly hugged each other like this. At this moment, the world seemed to come alive. Ning Yarrow was Ning Yarrow, and Chen Pinggan was Chen Pinggan. The two didn't continue to be so shy and timid. After the two separated, Ning Yarrow led the way, saying that she wanted to finish the half jar of yellow millet wine. She led Chen Pinggan to an old pagoda tree. She raised her hand and bent her fingers as if she was knocking on a door. Soon, ripples appeared in front of Ning Yarrow, and the appearance of a wine shop appeared. Ning Yarrow took the lead and stepped over the threshold. Chen Pinggan followed closely behind. The waiter, Xu Jiao, saw Ning Yarrow and was especially enthusiastic. Miss Ning, you've come. Let me treat you to a drink. Ning Yarrow glanced at him. Who was this? She didn't remember. She didn't bother to pay attention to him and directly sat down at a table. Xu Jiao became listless. He felt that this young lady in front of him was the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to the young miss. The first time he saw her, Xu Jiao had a deep impression of her. That was a few years ago. The first time the young lady left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the Hanging Mountain, there was a fellow who brought her to a wine shop. That fellow drank 2 jars of wine, but she only took a sip and didn't drink anymore. At that time, she was wearing black clothes and a saber. She wasn't like today, with 2 swords hanging from her waist. She also wasn't wearing a dark green robe. Her expression was cold, and even when the old shopkeeper looked at her, she didn't care. When Alliance was drinking, she walked to the wall and looked at him for a long time without saying a word. After that, she returned to her seat. In Xu Jiao's eyes, this young lady had too much personality. She was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look at her directly. At that time, Alliance didn't smile cheekily and only drank. Xu Jiao could see that Alliance didn't know how to persuade the young lady. It was as if the young lady was going to do something extraordinary. Alliance was very bored from drinking. Only then did Xu Jiao know that Alliance also had times when he was helpless. When the young lady insisted on not seeing Alliance off and insisted on leaving the wine shop alone, Alliance didn't drink anymore. He said that he was half a daughter and flew away. Xu Jiao glanced at the Dali youth called Chen Pinggan. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this fellow wasn't good enough for Miss Ning. Even if 100 Chen Pinggan were added together, they might not be a good match. Chen Pinggan asked for the remaining half jar of carefree wine. It was just enough for 2 big white bowls. Chen Pinggan poured half a bowl for each of them. The 2 of them sat side by side on a bench. Ning Yaro didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Shu Jiao hid in the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of carefree wine. He suddenly felt that the wine seemed to be much better than last night. He smiled at Ning Yaro. Ning Yaro glared at him. The two of them didn't speak and just sipped the wine. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked miserably, "Ning Yaro, you're not a fake, are you?" The old man who was teasing the caged sparrow was amused by the youth's silly words. Ning Yaro sighed. "He's a fool, but I'm even more foolish. Who was the one who said that this guy would definitely find a simple-minded girl?" Chen Pinggan put down the wine bowl and stretched out his hand to the person sitting next to him. Ning Yaro looked at him and wanted to know what this guy wanted to do. Chen Pinggan pinched her cheeks with 2 fingers and gently tugged at them. Ning Yaro didn't move. Chen Pinggan stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Ning Yaro's cheek. Shu Jiao broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this lustful guy was most likely going to die. In the end, Ning Yaro slapped away Chen Pinggan's troublesome hands and warned, "Chen Pinggan, if you continue to be so simple-minded, I'll fall out with you." Chen Pinggan resentfully retracted his hand. "It's good that you're serious." Ning Yaro took a big gulp of wine and asked, "You should already know that my parents have passed away. Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Shu Jiao felt that if this kid dared to say that she was pitiful, he would definitely be dead this time. Chen Pinggan said without hesitation, "You're pitiful. You lost your parents. If this isn't pitiful, what is?" But when he said these words, Chen Pinggan pursed his lips tightly and the corners of his mouth turned down. The youth seemed to be even more aggrieved than her. He wasn't pitying the girl in front of him because he had also lost his parents. Moreover, he had lost them earlier. It was just that when he was young, he had no strength to live. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he had no choice but to beg for the kindness and charity of others. This was something that couldn't be helped. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live. But after he grew up, he didn't need to be pitied by others. He could live well and even had the ability to repay the kindness of his early years. Therefore, his heart ached for her. But when the words reached his mouth, Chen Pinggan couldn't control himself. Ning Yaro coldly snorted. "Who are you to pity me?" Chen Pinggan blinked. Ning Yaro's face turned red. Under the table, she stepped on Chen Pinggan's foot. Shu Jiao was stunned. He felt as if the great sword immortal had stabbed him in the heart several times. After that, the two drank and whispered to each other. Shu Jiao felt as if he had been stabbed again and again. He couldn't continue living like this. He didn't stay in the wine shop anymore. He moved a small stool and sat by the door. Out of sight, out of mind. But he couldn't help but glance back. He saw that the girl's long and narrow eyebrows were no longer sad like when they first met. Instead, they were charming and warm. The stab to the heart was equivalent to Alliance's stab. Then he saw that Dali youth. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were warm. It was as if he was saying that he liked Ning Yaro and that it had nothing to do with the two of them. He only liked this girl. Even an outsider like Shu Jiao felt that the two of them were quite compatible. Then this stab to the heart was the legendary city-saving stab of the great sword immortal on the city walls. Shu Jiao turned to the old shopkeeper and wailed, "When is the great miss coming home? I miss her to death." The old man replied, "You want to die? Just don't die in the wine shop." At this time, Shu Jiao was excited. After the peer knocked on the door, he immediately opened the door to welcome the guest. An extremely handsome youth walked in. Shu Jiao smiled and asked, "Why did you come back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" He was dressed in white and had a warm smile. He raised his hand and high-fived Shu Jiao. He said to the old man, "Shopkeeper, as usual, I want to buy a jar of wine. Hang the money on my master's head." When the old shopkeeper saw this youth, he also smiled. As long as it was an old man, there was almost no one who didn't like this youth who gave off the feeling of the sun in the sky at such a young age. And while he could still look down on this youth because of his age, he had to cherish this opportunity. After all, he wouldn't have this opportunity very soon. On the wall, the youth's master had just written a domineering sentence, "Martial Dao can be higher not long ago." The handsome youth smiled at Shu Jiao, Shu Jiao, I'll go right first. Help me get the brush. Yes, I want to put it together with my master's words. Shu Jiao's heart was no longer hazy. He ran to get the wine and the brush. As he ran, he turned his head and smiled. Okay, wait for me. When the handsome youth walked to the wall, he kept looking at Ning Yaro, who was sitting beside Chen Pinggan. It was a pity that Ning Yaro only glanced at him and continued to talk to Chen Pinggan about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The handsome youth smiled and walked to the wall. He took a stool for himself and wrote 4 words on the female imperial tutor of the Great Duan dynasty. Higher because of me. Chen Pinggan quietly retracted his gaze and asked in a low voice, who is it? It seems very powerful. Ning Yaro thought seriously, I forgot the name. 276. Chen Pinggan had seen many good-looking people of the same age, such as his neighbor Song Jisin from Mud Bottle Alley, Zhao Yaro and Lin Shuyi from Mr. Chi's school, as well as the androgynous man in red makeup from Osmanthus Island, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. But none of them could compare to this youth from the Yellow Millet wine shop. After this person finished inscribing on the wall, he held the wine jar and sat at the next table. He asked for 2 large white bowls and called Shu Jiao to drink with him. Shu Jiao, who knew the price of yellow millet wine the best, did not find it inappropriate at all. He opened the seal and helped pour the wine. They clinked bowls and drank happily. The old shopkeeper's smile also widened. It was a pity that the bird in the cage had its back to the sun and looked sickly. The youth took the initiative to raise his bowl to Chen Pinggan and said with a smile, My name is Cao Ci, from the Great Duan family of the Central Plains. Chen Pinggan could only follow suit and raise his bowl. My name is Chen Pinggan, from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent. Cao Ci nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Your foundation in the 3 realms of martial arts is very good. Chen Pinggan did not know how to answer and could only silently drink a mouthful of wine. He felt that something was a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. It turned out that this youth from the Central Plains, whether it was his aura or tone, did not seem like someone of the same age. Instead, he was very much like the barefoot old man from the bamboo house in the desolate mountain. It was just that this youth lacked the condescending aura of the old man surnamed Kui. On the contrary, this great Duan youth called Cao Ci spoke calmly, but even if they were casually chatting, Chen Pinggan still felt an invisible pressure. Ning Yaro did not feel anything about Cao Ci. She was just a little unhappy that an eyesore had appeared out of nowhere, so she lost a lot of interest in drinking. After drinking half a jar of yellow millet wine with Chen Pinggan, he pulled Chen Pinggan towards the door of the wine shop. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to leave the wine shop, Cao Ci called out to Chen Pinggan with a smile, You like Miss Ning, very good. The only bad thing is that you don't remember my name even though we've met so many times. Chen Pinggan smiled and replied, I think it's even better. Cao Ci laughed heartily. She raised her wine bowl with one hand and waved goodbye to Chen Pinggan with the other. She smiled sincerely and said, Chen Pinggan, in 3 days, you will begin to strive to become the strongest 4th realm cultivator in the world. It was another sentence that would sound very strange if one were to think about it. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and didn't say anything. He turned around and followed Ning Yaro out of the narrow golden millet paradise. Inside the wine shop, Shu Jiao asked in puzzlement, Do you like Miss Ning? Cao Ci smiled and waved her hand. I like my master who is invincible in my heart, I like the Empress who has 2 little dimples when she smiles, and I like Miss Ning who doesn't take me seriously. But it's not what you think. The love between a man and a woman is very burdensome to cultivation. Cao Ci took a sip of wine and sighed. I really can't imagine what a certain girl I like will be like in the future. Shu Jiao made an O sound. He believed whatever Cao Ci said. Then, the shop assistant's face lit up with joy. He changed the topic and said, From your tone, you're about to reach 5th realm? Cao Ci nodded and said, I've endured so long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's about time for me to break through. Shu Jiao grinned and said, If you were in your hometown, I reckon you'd be at 7th realm by now. Before Cao Ci could speak, Shu Jiao immediately added, And before 7th realm, you'll be the strongest 4th realm, 5th realm, and 6th realm. When Shu Jiao talked about this, he was even happier than Cao Ci herself. The old shopkeeper said that your current 4th realm is the strongest 4th realm in history, and not the strongest among 4th realm martial artists. Is it true that no one in history can surpass you? Cao Ci said helplessly, unprecedented, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just a pure martial artist. I don't know how to calculate the martial fate of the world for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Shu Jiao laughed loudly. Cao Ci, if there's a day when I can't help but go find Miss, I'll definitely go to the Great Duan dynasty to find you. Cao Ci nodded. Then I'll prepare good wine long ago. Shu Jiao suddenly lowered his voice and begged, Cao Ci, why don't we have a fight? Then you can purposely lose to me. After I leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, I'll go around telling people that I beat Cao Ci. Think about it, 10 years later, 100 years later, you'll be invincible. You'll even beat Qing Ming Tian's number 2 from being truly invincible to truly having a match. I'll be the only person who beat you, Cao Ci. At that time, the whole world will definitely ask who this guy is. Maybe Miss will see me in a different light. Cao Ci smiled until her eyes narrowed. She held the bowl in one hand and patted her head with the other. All right, you, Shu Jiao, beat me, Cao Ci. After you leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, just tell people that. Shu Jiao was a bit guilty. You don't care now, but you won't regret it in the future, right? Cao Ci drank the wine in the bowl and turned her head. She waved at the old shopkeeper and said, Old Lu, can you bear to give me a jar of wine to drink? I'm regretting it now. Without wine, I can't suppress the regret. If I drink a jar of carefree wine, I won't regret it for at least 100 years. Shu Jiao looked at the old shopkeeper pitifully. The old man smiled and said, Shu Jiao, go get a jar of wine for Cao Ci. Also, remember to think more about the shopkeeper in the future. Don't secretly scold me for being stingy or complain that I don't let you roam the Jianghu. Shu Jiao eagerly went to get the wine. Cao Ci only had one last bowl of wine left. When the new wine was on the table, she held the wine bowl in her hand and stood under the wall. She looked around. It had been nearly 3 years since she drank wine for the first time. There were many new words on the wall. Finally, Cao Ci looked at the 3 words in the corner. They were written properly but rigidly. She asked curiously, Old Lu, the words that Chen Pinggan left on the wall are sword or a chang? The old man asked, why? Is this kid not simple? Cao Ci squatted down and took a sip of wine from the big white bowl. She looked indifferent. He might be the strongest in the 3rd state after me. The old man felt it was a pity. The martial sparrow in the cage had a time limit for measuring the martial arts fate of a pure martial artist. It couldn't fly out of the cage and peck it out at any time after the inscription. However, before and after Chen Pinggan inscribed the words, it happened to be the beginning and the end of the inscription. He didn't expect the martial sparrow to leave the birdcage at all. He didn't have the guts. Cao Ci and Shu Jiao drank another jar of carefree wine in half. Shu Jiao couldn't hold his liquor. The more he drank, the drunker he got. In the end, he fell asleep on the table. Cao Ci was a person who became more sober the more she drank. Her eyes were shining. Cao Ci suddenly said, if my master didn't come to pick me up, I would really like to go to the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. In at most 40 or 50 years, I would be able to arm wrestle with a dozen big monsters. Before that, there would definitely be a hearty battle of life and death. The old man smiled and said, do you believe that you will die as soon as you walk out of the city? Cao Ci sighed. The reason was simple. The old man understood it immediately. He, Cao Ci, was very likely to be in the eyes of the big monsters at the peak. He was someone they had to kill. They definitely wouldn't give him 40 or 50 years, not even a day more. Cao Ci said helplessly, then I'll just go back to the central divine continent. The old man said intentionally or otherwise, the Dong family patriarch who killed his way through the wilderness and finally came out of nowhere. One great wall of sword aura is enough. There will only be one. If the demons raise a tiger again and raise a Cao Ci who has a chance of reaching the 11th state of martial arts, I think they should kill themselves. Cao Ci nodded. I have to ask my master if he has reached the 11th state. I hope he hasn't. The old man smiled and joked, as a disciple, you are too heartless. Why don't you remember your master's kindness? Cao Ci, you are similar to Shu Jiao in this aspect. That's not good. You are Cao Ci. How can you be so mediocre? Cao Ci shook her head. She lifted her arm and extended her palm over her head. She swiped it across the table. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were resolute. Now that master's martial arts have reached such a high level, he's almost on par with those at the peak of the mountain. If it weren't for the 11th level, then wouldn't my master, or perhaps the future me? The old man smiled. You can wait and see. Cao Ci turned to look at the old man. There are too few seniors who are as easy to talk to as you. The old man said self-deprecatingly, that's because this old man has already accepted his fate. Cao Ci sat quietly by the wine table. Shu Jiao's snoring was as loud as thunder. The old man was nowhere to be found. He had gone somewhere else. Of course, Huangliang Blessed Land was bigger than she had imagined. There was more than just a wine shop. However, it was indeed broken and incomplete. If it were not for the efforts of one of the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, it would have been no different from Lizhu Wonderland. It would have completely lost the suffix of blessed land. What were the sages of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought busy with every day? Where did the 10 big grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens, and 72 blessed lands come from? After the pearl grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent was broken, were there only 35 grotto heavens left? In reality, many of the sages of the vast world needed to open up new territories and expand the territory of the vast world. In this regard, the Taoist sages of the Qingming world were different. They mainly pursued the height of the white jade capital. Layer upon layer, they continued to climb. As for the Buddhist world, they pursued the farthest reaches of the Buddhist Dharma. Whether it was the past, present, or future life, they wanted people to live without questions and without attachments. Of course, other than opening up new grotto heavens and blessed lands and educating the masses, the Confucians of the vast world also needed to keep an eye on the demon race of the desolate world. The other 2 worlds were not idle either. The Daoist sect's sect master, Lu Chen, was stirring up trouble in the vast world. Could it be that the Confucian secondary sage was not taking in disciples and teaching the Tao in the vast world? In the wine shop, even though there was no one to talk to and no wine to drink, Cao Ci's mind was still calm as she sat there. It was hard to imagine that a martial artist would find breaking through to the next realm boring. Breaking through to the next realm was more fun. When the old shopkeeper returned, he smiled and asked, Cao Ci, other than reaching the peak of martial arts, you don't want to think about anything else in this life? Cao Ci smiled, I'm just thinking about what I want to think about. The old man teased, then you can't compare to my Shu Jiao and that dally young man. Cao Ci nodded. In the end, the white-robed young man walked out of the wine shop. He did not look for his master who was staying in a private residence in the inverted hanging mountain. Instead, he went straight to the foot of the lone peak. When he reached the entrance of the square, the young Daoist and the man carrying the sword greeted the young man. Cao Ci stopped and chatted with them for a long time before entering the mirror. When he reached the mirror, the old sword cultivator who was immersed in refining his natal sword and Daoist nun Shadao who had a Dharma saber on her waist also greeted him with a smile. Cao Ci stopped again and chatted with them for a long time. They talked about Daoist techniques, sword techniques, and the world. Cao Ci could talk about anything with people. It had been like this for the past few years. As for those senior immortals who had already made a name for themselves, whether they were reclusive experts or sword immortals who were at the peak of their fame, some would even benefit greatly. They would even feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of a young man who was only at the 4th realm of martial arts. Cao Ci. Cao Ci of the Central Divine Continent. His family background was ordinary. His ancestors had been farmers for generations. He could not even be considered a wealthy family. After a war, his paradise was razed to the ground. He began to drift from place to place with the refugees. Every day, he would be separated by life and death. Then, He was seen by a tall woman who rode a horse alone in the Jianghu and was taken in as a disciple. At that time, the woman held him in her arms. In the snowy night, they rode a horse together. She smiled at the child who was only 7 or 8 years old and said, "Cao Ci, from now on, you are my only disciple." Cao Ci slowly passed through the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Along the way, he would chat with people he knew. If there was no one to talk to him, he would occasionally stop and look up at the flying kites, the high eaves, or the dull-painted door gods stuck on the doors. Finally, he slowly walked to the top of the city wall and returned to the small cottage behind the old cottage. Since he had nothing to do, he casually flipped through a few books. After reading a few pages, he put them down. Walking out of the cottage, he walked on the horse path for 7 to 8 miles before he found Grandpa Chen, who was standing on top of the city wall and looking towards the south. The youth in white lightly leaped onto the city wall. The old and the young were speechless. After leaving the shop, Ning Yao asked for the location of the Stork Inn. Then, she brought Chen Pinggan in the direction of the release hunters. In the end, at the entrance of the small alley where the inn was located, Chen Pinggan met the anxious Madame Gui and the unhappy Jin Su. Seeing that Chen Pinggan was safe and sound, Madame Gui felt relieved. She didn't say anything harsh and didn't even ask why Chen Pinggan hadn't returned. She only greeted the Miss Ning that Chen Pinggan mentioned and returned to the Osmanthus Island where the release hunters were located. With a big business, she was very busy. Coupled with the matter of the young master of the Jade Gui sect, she was very annoyed. Jin Su originally wanted to complain a little. This fellow caused her to be scolded by her master. But when she saw the young girl in the dark green robe with a sword at her side, the young girl surnamed Ning with a calm expression, Jin Su didn't dare to speak. The three of them didn't go to the small alley inn. When Ning Yao heard that they were going to visit the scenic spots of the inverted mountain, Elk Cliff, she said that she hadn't been there before and that they could go together. Although Jin Su was a little uneasy, she didn't want to appear too timid. She took the initiative to chat with the Miss Ning who didn't seem easy to get along with. Actually, Ning Yao wasn't arrogant. She was just lazy. However, if someone unfamiliar like Jin Su asked her, Ning Yao would still answer. It was just that her answer was very simple. In the end, Jin Su really didn't know how to interact with her. She became silent and the atmosphere was a little awkward. However, deep in her heart, Jin Su was in a mess. This young Miss Ning claimed to be from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Outsiders could enter the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the inverted mountain as long as they had money. However, if a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi wanted to enter the inverted mountain, it was said that even sword immortals with outstanding battle achievements would find it difficult. No wonder Jin Su was daydreaming. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Miss Ning's surname played a big role. However, Jin Su was only half right. Madame Gui wasn't willing to tell her proud disciple too much about the inside story that happened at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, Jin Su only knew about the soul-stirring Battle of 13. Even if the girl beside her had the surname Ning, she only dared to think that she was one of the direct descendants of the Ning family from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This trip might be a family mission. The reason why Jin Su didn't dare to rely on the most exaggerated truth was simple. They still had Chen Pinggan by their side. Due to Ning Yao's appearance, Jin Su felt restricted when she went to the Elk Cliff, Shangxiang Loft, and Luai's Terrace. She felt uncomfortable and tasteless. After all, Jin Su was born as a young lady. Not only was her cultivation talent excellent, she was also born with a delicate heart. Therefore, there were many times when she purposely distanced herself from Chen Pinggan to let the quiet Miss Ning be alone. When Ning Yao was with Chen Pinggan, she would often speak whatever was on her mind. Chen Pinggan wasn't interested in the turbulent changes of dynasties, the general situation of the world, or the rise and fall of the human race. Actually, he didn't understand and didn't want to understand. However, since Ning Yao said these things, he was willing to remember them and keep them in his heart. Jin Su was actually a little puzzled. Why would such a cold girl be willing to chat so much with the taciturn Chen Pinggan? During this time, The three of them went up the Luai's terrace with the other tourists. Suddenly, an old daoist holding a gold and silver horsetail whisk appeared. He stood on the stairs and smiled at Ning Yao. Master said that if Miss Ning needs anything at Inverted Hanging Mountain, you can ask. You can even go to Lonely Peak to see the Three Clears Bell. Ning Yao naturally looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan shook his head slightly. She shook her head and said, "We're not going to Lonely Peak." The old daoist smiled. "Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything, Miss Ning can find a daoist to inform Inverted Hanging Mountain." Ning Yao didn't want to talk at first. However, when she saw Chen Pinggan cupping his fists to thank the old daoist, she nodded and said, "Okay." Jin Su murmured, "True Lord Flood Dragon?" The old daoist was about to leave the Thunder Lake Tower. As the third in command of the Inverted Mountain, his Taoist skills were so profound that even the cultivators of the South Suro continent heard him like thunder. Jin Su could even hear the old daoist's voice clearly. He smiled and asked, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Jin Su was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just that I admire you so much that I couldn't help but speak. Please forgive me." The old daoist laughed heartily. "I'm not that domineering. Besides, the rules of Inverted Hanging Mountain don't say that you'll be punished if you call me by my daoist name." The old daoist disappeared in a flash. Jin Su swallowed his saliva. This old immortal of Inverted Hanging Mountain was a daoist perfected lord who was famous for killing the Southern Sea Flood Dragon. Then, he just stood in front of him and chatted with him. True Lord Flood Dragon's cultivation was at the 11th realm. It was definitely enough to crush most of the pure Jade Realm Chi refinement cultivators in the world. No one doubted that the title of Heavenly Lord belonged to the old daoist. In the end, when the three of them returned to Stork Tavern, Ning Yao took the initiative to chat with Jin Su. The latter spoke less than usual. Ning Yao was in a good mood. Previously, Chen Pinggan bought a pair of small spiritual weapons from a vendor at the foot of Elk Cliff. They were in the style of yin-yang fish. When they arrived at Stork Tavern, the stern young shopkeeper said that the tavern was full. Ning Yao didn't say anything. She took out a piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter, asking if it was enough. The young shopkeeper's eyelids twitched. He was about to speak when Chen Pinggan snatched the grain rain money back. He smiled at the young shopkeeper. "Miss Ning is our friend. Shopkeeper, can you make an exception for us?" The young shopkeeper smiled. "I want to, but I can't chase away the other customers, right? Stork Tavern doesn't want its reputation. How will it do business in the future?" Ning Yao said directly, "Then I'll find another tavern to stay at." Chen Pinggan took a deep breath. He took out another piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter. "Can I trouble you to discuss with the customer?" The young shopkeeper smiled and kept the grain rain money. "Sure, please wait here." Chen Pinggan returned the grain rain money to Ning Yao. She asked, "What's this for?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "I'm treating you to a tavern." Ning Yao shook her hand and weighed the grain rain money. She said helplessly, "It's hard for you to earn a piece of grain rain money. But in our Great Wall of Sword Chi, this thing isn't worth much. You're just puffing yourself up at your own cost. It's very boring. What's the big deal about changing to another tavern? I'm not as delicate as you think." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and smiled. "Then why don't you return the grain rain money to me?" Ning Yao rolled her eyes and decisively kept the grain rain money. She gloated, "Just wait for your heartache." In the end, the Stork Tavern vacated the largest room. It was a private courtyard outside a study room. Chen Pinggan felt that it was very good. Ning Yao didn't feel anything. Before the young shopkeeper left, he smiled and placed the grain rain money on the table in front of the three people. "After thinking about it, I feel that this money might be too hot to handle. I don't dare to accept it. Miss, you're staying here, just like young Master Chen. I'll record the amount and ask for money from Osmanthus Island later." Chen Pinggan was confused. Jin Su responded with a grateful look. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and was about to reach out to pick up the grain rain money when Ning Yaro slapped him down and put it away. Seeing Chen Pinggan's blank face, Ning Yaro raised her eyebrows slightly as if provoking him. Chen Pinggan smiled and pretended that nothing happened. Jin Su tactfully bid farewell and left. After the door closed, Chen Pinggan took out all his belongings and treasures and placed them on the table one by one. Even Ning Yaro was a little surprised. She sighed. Chen Pinggan, you're really something. Your ability to earn money is so great. How did you change from a child of wealth to a child of wealth? You're the fake Chen Pinggan, aren't you? Chen Pinggan imitated Ning Yaro. He leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. The young man's face was full of pride. Today on the inverted mountain, there was a Ning Yaro who had never been like this. There was also a Chen Pinggan who had never been like this. Until the two met and reunited. 277. There was a dazzling array of items on the table. It was both Chen Pinggan's harvest and Chen Pinggan's jianghu. There was a top-grade snake gallstone that He Xiaoyong had returned to Chen Pinggan on the Kuan ship. There were also some ordinary snake gallstones that had faded in color. There was a golden script gallstone from the city god of Tsai country, Shenwen. Other than that, there was a small pile of gold and silver fragments beside it. There were silver fragments from the civil and military officials, as well as the broken golden fragments of the mountain gods of Yanji County. According to Shenwen, the seal, which had originated from a certain generation of Mount Longhu's great celestial master, needed to be used in conjunction with the Taoist Five Thunder True technique in order to unleash its full power. However, the most vivid part of the seal that Chen Pinggan remembered was this phrase, "Only the virtuous can possess it." There was a small pile of copper coins. There was money for Guyu, money for summer, and money for snow. There was a pile of small bamboo slips. Some were cut from ordinary bamboo, but most of them were leftover bamboo from Mount Qingxian when Wei Pai built the bamboo house. They were engraved with famous sayings and poems. There were articles of sages recited by Kui Dong when they practiced martial arts together. There were words drawn by Li Shishing on the wall outside the bamboo house. There were words that Chen Pinggan had extracted from his travel notes. There were also unintentional words that he had heard in Jianghu. There was a cockfighting cup that he had bought at the ferry of Shushui country. It was not worth much, but it was a rare extra expense for Chen Pinggan. There were 2 golden dragon whiskers that the swordsman had given him. There was also a golden robe left behind by the mischievous old dragon after its death. There was also an old pearl that looked like a yellowed pill. There was a white porcelain brush washer that he had obtained from the assassin of Jiuyu country, Lady Snake Scorpion. In the end, he did not sell it at Qingfu Square because Chen Pinggan liked those lively words. There was a book of swordsmanship classics and a jade token that was close to him. They were all given by the old dragon city's Zhang Dafeng. There was a Confucian classic that had been given by the old scholar. There were a few travel notes and letters that he had obtained from the governor's mansion in Yanji County. There was a seal that was engraved with the words calm and proud. There was a water seal without the mountain seal as a companion. It seemed a little lonely. It was placed by Chen Pinggan in the position closest to his hand. Of course, there was also the mountain-shaking fist manual that had accompanied him the longest. Ning Yaro rummaged through the items and looked at them one by one. Finally, she smiled and said, "You're giving them all to me? Don't you want to keep some money for yourself?" Ning Yaro was a little annoyed. What's with the secret stash? I can't be so heartless when talking to Chen Pinggan in the future. Remember, this is not the cultivation of the sword Dao. Chen Pinggan clearly didn't notice the deeper meaning behind Ning Yaro's words. He pointed at a few things and said with a serious expression, "You know that this mountain-shaking fist manual isn't mine. I'm just helping Jiu can keep it, so I can't give it to you. The seal that Mr. Qi gave me won't do either. Also, I don't think it's appropriate to give you the Celestial Master seal that Lord Xingwang gave you. As for the rest, you can take them if you want." Ning Yaro curled her lips. "I don't care. You can keep them all." Chen Pinggan patted his head and took off the ginger gourd from his waist. He put it on the table and took out the talisman with the skeleton female ghost living in it from the sword case. He explained, "This talisman is the reward for buying a few mountains. Mountain god Wei Pai helped me get it from Dali. There's a fierce female ghost living in this talisman. With the help of Osmanthus Island, she signed a 60-year contract with me and now lives in the sword case." Madame Gui said that this is called the Huai Manor. When otherworldly items live here, they can nourish their souls and increase their cultivation. It's like a small paradise for them. Ning Yarrow asked, "Is the skeleton female ghost beautiful?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. "She's just SOSO. She's not as beautiful as a wedding dress female ghost in a villa, and she's not as beautiful as you." Ning Yarrow angrily said, "Chen Pinggan, did you learn from Alliance that you've become so glib?" Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Glib and glib are two different things." Ning Yarrow laughed. "Then, did you cheat the hearts of many girls?" After saying that, Ning Yarrow laid on the table and turned to look at Chen Pinggan, who was much taller and had much whiter skin. She seemed to be somewhat disheartened. "I can no longer fight against 500 Chen Pinggan with one hand. Then, after you walk through half of the Aquarius continent, there will be so many ladies from small places. Maybe they will treat you as a deity and like you." Chen Pinggan quickly waved his hand and said, "No girl will like me. Along the way, I'll either have to fight with my enemies or meet by chance." Chen Pinggan sighed. He leaned on the table and used his finger to poke the blade-strengthening gourd. "When I left my hometown, I took a Kuan boat from the Julu continent's ritual mountain. On it, I met a pair of sisters. One was called Chunshui and the other was Chosha. They were about the same age as me. Later, the Kuan boat crashed and I might never see them again." Chen Pinggan glanced at the inconspicuous brush washer on the table. It was less than a foot away from him. But he was already very far away from them. Not only did Ning Yarrow not think that Chen Pinggan was having thoughts, she even comforted him softly. Life and death are inevitable. She still leaned her cheek on the table. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the old and the young, men and women, as long as there is a war, many people will die. Some you don't know, some you know. You can't care about being sad, or you'll be the one who dies. Only after the war ends will the survivors have the time to be sad. But there won't be too much sadness. Towards the south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the most you'll do is send a cup of wine. Everyone will be like that." Ning Yarrow's gaze was deep, just like the Iron Lock well in Chen Pinggan's hometown. It was cold. "Just like when we were drinking the carefree wine at the wine shop, I casually mentioned a small matter to you. When I was drinking the farewell wine with my friends, there would be people who would talk about my parents. You asked me if I was angry. Of course, I was angry, but I didn't think as much as others." "Why? Do you know?" Chen Pinggan looked at her. He lay there and could only shake his head slightly. Ning Yarrow gave the answer. "Because the person who said those strange words will also die on the battlefield one day. Moreover, he will definitely die generously, just like his ancestors did before him. When I think of this, I feel that there's no need to be too angry. It's just a few words. It's not even as heavy as the sword chi around me. Maybe one day, I'll be fighting side by side with these people. Or maybe I'll save someone. Or maybe I'll only be able to watch someone die." Chen Pinggan nodded and then sat up. He shook his head and said, "Miss Ning, if you think this way." Ning Yarrow rolled her eyes. "I don't want to listen to reason. Don't bother me." She didn't need to listen to other people's reason. The elders in her family, the sword immortal on the city wall, Alliance who had sent her off from the inverted mountain, and her friends of the same age as her. But if it was Chen Pinggan who said it, she could only be bothered by him. In that case, she might as well have stopped him from saying it from the start. Chen Pinggan made an "oh" sound and continued lying down. As expected, he really didn't talk about those reasons that he had painstakingly read from books. Ning Yarrow suddenly sat up. "Are you really going to the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Chen Pinggan sat up straight and nodded. "The elder who taught me the fist technique said that as long as I can ascend to the city wall, it will help me temper my soul. As long as I don't die there, it will be a great reward. And I don't know why, but after drinking the Warrelis wine with that couple, I have a feeling that going from the 4th realm to the 6th realm is a matter of course. It feels like as long as I want to ascend to the next realm, I can easily do it. But of course, I won't stupidly break through all the realms. If I don't take the first step firmly, it will be difficult in the future. But I have a feeling that after drinking the wine of golden millet paradise, it will be much easier for me to break through the 4th to 5th and 5th to 6th realms before the 7th realm. Ning Yarrow took the blade strengthening gourd and shook it casually. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Then you have to thank them properly for giving you such an opportunity. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, of course. So I'll go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi this time and see if I can meet them again. Ning Yarrow thought about it and didn't say much. Chen Pinggan was a little nervous. But it was too uncomfortable to be taken to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'm afraid I can't even stand properly. How can I climb up the city wall? Ning Yarrow explained, actually, it's not as exaggerated and scary as you think. The city wall is where the sword chi is the most abundant. If you enter the pass from the inverted mountain and walk step by step towards the city wall, you'll gradually adapt and feel much better. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is similar to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's a place where ascendant realm sword cultivators of the 13th realm will not be forced to ascend. No one cares about our life and death. Even the heavenly axiom doesn't care about this place. So many sword cultivators from other places like to come here to train and participate in wars. The last time you saw the heavenly axiom in the sky above Pearl Grotto Heaven, they were chi cultivators from the Julu continent. This time, with their help, on the surface, the demon race's 3 attacks failed and tens of thousands of corpses were left under the city wall. All of them became our capital to buy the inverted mountain ferry. But I don't think it's that simple. I believe that Grandpa Chen, who took you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the other 2 sages who are guarding this place, can see it clearly. Ning Yarrow smiled. The higher the realm of a cultivator, especially the upper 5 realms, whether it's a human or a demon, when they enter someone else's territory, the more uncomfortable it is for them to acclimatize. This is the key to the sages guarding this place and taking advantage of the right time and place. For example, when Lu Chen, the Daoist leader of the Green Netherworld, entered the vast world, the highest realm he could reach was the 13th realm. This was the rule set by the Sage of Rites early on, and the scholarly sage was no exception when he entered the Green Netherworld. Between the sages, there is a competition of the great Tao, but it doesn't mean that they don't respect each other. You might not believe it, but among the demon race, there are also existences that are worthy of our admiration, even if they are enemies who have to fight to the death on the battlefield. Similarly, among the demon race, there are also many great demons who admire some of our powerful sword cultivators. In our Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as one is not a sword cultivator, martial artists like you and the chi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought will have a hard time. It might be a great fortune, but it's even more likely that the sword Tao will completely destroy the foundation of their great Tao. There are 2 examples. One is a cave-dwelling realm sword cultivator in the history of the Julu continent. He became an immortal cultivator step by step here. The other is an immortal cultivator in the Fuyao continent. Not only did he not find an opportunity to break through here, he fell back to the nascent soul realm. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, Alliance taught me the 18 stops chi circulation technique. Ning Yarrow was stunned for a moment. This fellow treats you well. On our side, only sword cultivators who have made great contributions have the qualifications to pass on this method of circulating energy to others. Almost all of them pass it on to their favorite disciples or family heirs. But don't be happy too early. The 18 stops is more of a ritual. It seems to be saying that the Great Wall of Sword Chi has been passed down for generations. There will always be descendants who inherit the sword Tao of the first generation of ancient sword immortals. Actually, the 18 stops itself is not considered a brilliant chi circulation sword art. The great family clans in the northern cities all have truly superior sword arts. The Chen family's sword art can strengthen the bones, the Dong family's sword art can cleanse the marrow, the Qi family is good at refining the spirit, the Ning family sharpens the natal sword, The Yarrow family focuses on the sword Qi illusory and real state. The Nalan family's sword Dao complements each other's Qi. They are all better than sword cultivators in the vast world like you can imagine. But no matter what, since you have learned the 18 stops, you will be able to adapt faster at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This is a good thing. Chen Pinggan grinned. Ning Yarrow asked casually, according to the time, you have been learning it for almost 2 years. How many stops have you completed? 15, 16? You should have completed at least 12 stops. After that, it will not be like before. Every stop will be harder to complete. After all, you are not a native of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so it is normal for you to be slower. For some of my friends, Fatty took 8 months to complete the 18 stops. Little Dong's talent is better and he only took half a year. As for the others, they took between 9 months and a year. However, Little Dong's elder sister is better and she only took 3 months. It is just that the Dong family has been hiding this for so many years, unwilling to reveal the truth to the outside world. There are about 30 people around my age who have completed the 18 stops on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, our generation is considered to be the best in the 3,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The elders all say that as long as we are given 50 to 60 years, the monster race will not be able to see the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the next 1,000 years. Chen Pinggan was stunned. He had gone through untold hardships before barely breaking through the threshold of the 7th stop. He was able to complete the 12 Qi palaces in one go. Then, the snow began to seal the mountain, and even thunder could not move it. This made him feel that his chances were too slim. Ning Yarrow noticed Chen Pinggan's expression and stopped talking. Then let's not talk about me. Chen Pinggan probed, how long have you been? Ning Yarrow gave a fake smile. Ha ha. Chen Pinggan wasn't willing to give up. How long is ha ha? Ning Yarrow endured for a long time. Seeing that Chen Pinggan had no intention of giving up, she could only honestly answer, it's ha ha for so long. I learned it as soon as I finished listening to the 18 stops mantra. Chen Pinggan sighed. He took the blade strengthening gourd and silently drank a mouthful of wine. When I obtained the mountain shaking fist manual, I learned it like this. Now that I've reached the 18 stops, my sword training is still the same. Will I never be able to catch up to you for the rest of my life? If so, how will I become a great sword immortal? However, Chen Pinggan didn't wait for Ning Yarrow to say anything. He had already thought things through. But it doesn't matter. You have to take things one step at a time. How others are doing is the good of others. As long as you know that you're getting better and better, it's fine even if you're a little slower. When I promised you that I would finish 1,000,000 punches, I didn't even dare to imagine that I would be able to finish them in my lifetime. But now, I'm only left with 20,000 punches. Who knows what will happen in the future? Ning Yarrow asked, others? Chen Pinggan, who had said the wrong thing, wore an embarrassed look. He could only chuckle. Ning Yarrow thought for a moment. Then, shall we head to the Great Wall of Sword Beams early? Chen Pinggan took off the jade token at his waist and said hesitantly, but I should only be able to enter seclusion tomorrow night. Ning Yarrow had already stood up and said, put away your things. I'll bring you there. Didn't that true Lord Flood Dragon say that he had something to discuss with them? Since Inverted Hanging Mountain said so himself, it's not good to go back on his word. Let's go. Chen Pinggan had nothing he couldn't let go of in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Thinking that it was a good thing to practice his punches at the Great Wall of Sword Beams early, he stored all the items on the table into Flying Sword 15. When Ning Yarrow saw the intrinsic flying sword again, she reminded him, it's a flying sword and also a square-inch item. It's very rare. You have to treasure it. If even Ning Yarrow found it rare, it definitely wasn't some ordinary priceless item. Chen Pinggan nodded and noted it down. Chen Pinggan first went to inform Jin Su that he was going to the Great Wall of Sword Beams in advance. Miss Osman thus stood at the door of her room with mixed feelings. Finally, she bid farewell to Chen Pinggan and Miss Ning with a smile. After leaving the Stork Inn, Ning Yarrow brought Chen Pinggan to the foot of the Lone Peak. However, The little daoist who was sitting on the second seat of the inverted mountain glanced at the young man's jade token that was not in accordance with the rules. Then, he looked at the little girl's face that was full of righteousness. The little daoist was so angry that he jumped up from his praying mat. Fortunately, Chen Pingan had already started to explain, "Immortal Elder, we met True Monarch Flood Dragon at the Thunder Lake Tower. He told Miss Ning that the old True Monarch's master had already issued a decree that he could make an exception for Miss Ning. If Immortal Elder is still worried, you can discuss it with the old True Lord. If it really doesn't work, I'll go through this door tomorrow night." The little daoist child glanced at Chen Pingan from the corner of his eyes. "Who are you? Are you this little girl's lover?" Chen Pingan just blinked and didn't say anything. He pretended to be dumb with the little daoist child. The little daoist child said in his heart. He chatted with True Lord Flood Dragon, who was considered his martial nephew according to seniority. Then, he looked at Ning Yarrow and Chen Pingan. "You can go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi now." Since he had made up his mind, the little daoist child didn't make things difficult for the two of them. He sat back on the cushion. Probably because he felt that the little girl was too infuriating, he simply lay back on the cushion and opened the daoist book to cover his face. Out of sight, out of mind. Ning Yarrow held Chen Pingan's hand and said softly, "Remember, after entering the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it's normal for the Sword Chi seawater to flood your Chi residence. You can't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic your Chi will be. It will only be a mess." Chen Pingan nodded. "I understand. I'll treat it as if I'm pulling blanks. As long as my heart is steady, everything will be stable." Ning Yarrow rolled her eyes. "Bumpkin." Chen Pingan smiled and held her hand. Ning Yarrow quickened her pace and held Chen Pingan's hand as they hurriedly stepped through the mirror door. The man holding a sword sitting on the hitching post clicked his tongue in wonder. "I reckon that many of the younger generation over there are going to go crazy. This silly boy's treatment won't be any better than the demon races." The little daoist child whose head was covered by the book said sullenly, "Although I don't like this girl's bad temper, I still feel a little heartache when I see her being tricked by a silly boy. One is heaven and the other is earth. How did these two get together? Isn't it a random matchmaking? Who's the one who pulled the red string? Stand out. I'll definitely stab this half-baked moon elder to death. I'll stab him half to death first and leave him half alive so that I can scold him to death." On the top of the lone peak, one of the 3 clear bells rang. It was quiet and inaudible. It wasn't announced to the world, but it resounded throughout the inverted mountain. Then, a wisp of chi swept past the little daoist child's head and into the book. Then, the book seemed to be possessed by a deity as it slapped the little daoist child left and right. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. The little daoist child who couldn't dodge in time felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then, he came to a realization and held his head while begging for mercy. "Martial uncle, I was wrong, I was wrong." After stepping into the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Ning Yarrow's heart trembled, but she quickly felt relieved. It turned out that after she brought Chen Pingan across the inverted mountain mirror, they didn't appear near the door where Old Man Nalen and daoist Nun Shadao were. Instead, they directly arrived at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This directly saved them the long journey of passing through the city and ascending the top of the city. However, in this way, Chen Pingan would probably suffer. As expected. Chen Pingan, who suddenly arrived at the top of the city wall, flushed red. Then, his face turned ashen and finally, his whole body trembled. However, Chen Pingan's eyes were always clear, like an ancient well without any ripples. Previously, he was too caught off guard. Now that he was mentally prepared, even if he reached the top of the city wall in a single step, Chen Pingan was very familiar with suffering. It was just returning to the second floor of the bamboo house on Luo Po Mountain. As long as he didn't die on the spot, Chen Pingan's state of mind was as firm as a hitching post and as strong as a river's cornerstone. At the top of the city wall where the two of them were, there were no sword cultivators patrolling around or practicing their skills. A stooped and thin old man walked over from where he was and smiled at Ning Yao. She was blushing a little. The old man smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. Although he had already seen through Dallas' background, today he still walked around Chen Pinggan and nodded. As expected. Then the old man was a little regretful and muttered to himself, even if Alliance has stayed here for 100 years, the scholarly aura in him still hasn't been completely wiped out. Otherwise, after getting that sword, he could almost be on par with the second Daoist. Now that he has given up everything and is only exchanging fists in the heavens beyond heaven, what meaning is there? A sword cultivator without a sword, a Daoist who is purely a martial artist, what a scandal. But then again, with her temper, she may not be willing to follow Alliance. But to choose this simple young man, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that she is struggling before death and is unwilling to disappear from the world? No, her temperament is definitely not like this. She is too arrogant, just like. I can't say it like that. She should be extremely similar to me. Then who was it that convinced her? Qi Jingchun from the line of the sage of literature? Qi Jingchun is a scholar and should be very knowledgeable, but he is not on the same path as her. Logically speaking, he should not be able to convince her. Strange, strange. Although the old man surnamed Chen was close to Ning Yaro and the old man was not muttering in his heart, he was speaking a long speech. However, Ning Yaro could not hear a single word. The old sword immortal could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. There are too many things in the world. As long as they are not near me, they are not important. Moreover, it is not just one world. The old sword immortal felt that he had to think of something that could make him happy, so he smiled and looked at Ning Yaro. This little girl was really good. The Great Wall of Sword Aura. This generation of young sword cultivators produced geniuses in large numbers. It was a grand scene that had not been seen in 3,000 years. Vaguely, she had already shown signs of outshining everyone else. Even the old sword immortal who had carved more than one word on the wall was looking forward to the birth of her intrinsic flying sword. Previously, during a long trip, the lass Ning Yaro did not care about anything and almost summoned her immature intrinsic flying sword. Due to the existence of certain mystic arts in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he and the few old fellows on the wall sensed the abnormality even though they were separated by a small world and two large worlds. The one with the worst temper almost broke the rules and barged into the vast world. Fortunately, the lass stopped at the last moment and did not ruin the foundation of the Great Tao. Ning Yaro asked softly, "Grandpa Chen, will he be fine?" The old sword immortal, who was serious in speech and manner, was never stingy with his smile when facing Ning Yaro. He smiled and said, "If something happens to him, I believe something will happen to Grandpa Chen as well, right?" Ning Yaro glared at the old man. The old man quipped, "Oh, you finally look like a young lady. It seems like this outsider kid has contributed greatly." The old sword immortal stopped teasing the lass. "This kid's martial foundation is excellent and he has a calm temperament. Not bad, not bad. He will definitely be able to endure it. Don't worry. Let him endure it on the city wall for the time being." Back then, my neighbor, Cao Ci, also walked step by step like this. Make sure not to bring him to the northern city. It's a foul place. Even the best seedlings will be destroyed. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked forward. This time, he did not use his divine powers to perform ground contraction at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The old man silently guarded the city wall. It had been 1,000 years. After that, Chen Pinggan spent 10 hours before he could slowly move his feet. Another 10 to 10 hours later, he attempted to practice the 6-step stance. He was unfamiliar with it, as though he was a child learning a fist technique for the first time. Ning Yaro would come to the city wall a few times a day. She did not speak much before returning to her family in the northern city. Chen Pinggan gradually became familiar with the 6-step stance. Just like that, he kept punching towards his left hand, slowly and firmly. The moment he felt exhausted, he quickly turned into a sword furnace stance and stopped moving. During this time, Chen Pinggan did not dare to approach the city wall. He only walked on the horse path. It was said that south of the city wall was the wilderness. Furthermore, in this world, there would be 3 bright moons hanging in the sky at night. Chen Pinggan felt more tired after punching 100 times at the Great Wall of Sword Aura than a few thousand times at the vast world. Just like that, he walked and stopped. On the third day, when Chen Pinggan could vaguely make out the outline of the two thatched cottages, he saw Cao Ci. He was on the top of the wall a li away, practicing his boxing stance. His steps were light and agile, and his punches were like rainbows. Even if Chen Pinggan was not a fourth realm martial artist and was just a layman with shallow eyes, he could not help but sigh in admiration at Cao Ci's boxing stance. Chen Pinggan walked from right to left, while Cao Ci, who lived in the small thatched cottage, walked from left to right. Their gazes met. Neither of them had any intention of stopping. They continued walking and finally brushed past each other. At that moment, Chen Pinggan's fist intent was extremely weak. Most of it had been suppressed by the sword aura. On the other hand, Cao Ci's strong fist intent leaked out violently. It was visible to the naked eye, as if it was suppressing the sword aura around the city wall. Chen Pinggan walked slowly and finally approached the thatched cottage where the old sword immortal lived. Cao Ci had already finished a round of practice and caught up with Chen Pinggan. Then, Chen Pinggan saw Ning Yarrow beside the old sword immortal. Cao Ci saw the old man's master, the imperial tutor, and the female martial god, Pei Wan. After Ning Yarrow confirmed the progress of Chen Pinggan's practice, she was relieved to bring him to the northern city wall near the thatched cottage. She leaped up the city wall with him and looked at the city. She told him where her home was and where her friends lived. Not far behind them, Cao Ci was practicing a new fist stance. The female martial god smiled and watched from the side. From time to time, she would point out some flaws in his fist stance. That night, the female martial god stood on the city wall and closed her eyes to rest. Cao Ci practiced for an entire night. Chen Pinggan practiced until late at night. In the latter half of the night, he sat cross-legged on the northern city wall. He maintained the sword furnace and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the old sword immortal came near the two parties and suddenly suggested that the two youths spar. Cao Ci didn't care. Chen Pinggan didn't care either. Thus, the old man used his finger as a sword and opened up a temporary small world with a radius of 100 feet. A female martial god watched the battle from the side and actually found it quite interesting. On this day, in a situation where there were no restrictions, the two of them seemed to be in an ordinary battlefield. Flying swords, Dharma treasures, fist techniques, as long as they were willing, they could use them. Moreover, before the spar, the old sword immortal told the two youths, who were both fourth realm martial artists, to forget that they would not die on the city wall. They treated it as a true battle of life and death. Chen Pinggan fought with all his strength and lost all 3 battles. It was unknown how much strength Cao Ci had held back, but he won all 3 battles. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.